Chapter 1. In the end, the winner will always be Lee Suhyok. Our Hyok, Light Suhyok, Great Suhyok, King Suhyok, etc. Suhyok had many embarrassing nicknames, all meant to praise his brilliant achievements and contributions. Earth, Murim, Runeterra, Alfredo, Tucan people from all sorts of worlds gathered at the tower. Among the players from Earth who were notably less capable was one outstanding individual. Lee Suhyok. Is he a god? Is he a god? Is he a god? Mom, I want to be Lee Suhyok when I grow up. Mom, I want to be Lee Suhyok when I grow up. Mom, I want to be Lee Suhyok when I grow up. He tore the competition apart. What an unimaginable being. Sound of someone taking off their underwear and screaming. Earth is something else. Calm down with that nonsense. It's just Lee Suhyok who's awesome. Still, his followers are no joke. The members of Blue Eyes are on an entirely different level. Suhyok had never lost in the interworld competition. He was the strongest player and the undefeated legend of Blue Eyes. Unfortunately, that legend was fading along with the rest of Blue Eyes. I think I'm going to die, Suhyok muttered beneath his half-broken mask as he leaned against the wall. How many spears and knives were sticking out of his body? He'd lost so much blood that it was hard for him to stay awake. These bastards! He looked around and saw corpses lying on the ground. Most were the corpses of his enemies, but some were the lifeless bodies of the Blue Eyes Guild's members. They were the people who'd climbed the tower with him and some of the few he could call friends. You guys should have escaped when I told you to. Why did you have to be so stubborn? Suhyok called out their names inwardly, one by one. Minjae. He saw a corpse that had probably been hit by magic with a hole in his chest the size of a human head. Suhen? Another man had died with his eyes wide open in a kneeling position with both of his arms cut off. Finally, Jiang. His gaze rested on the body of the man who'd stepped in front of him, took a flying sword for him and died. Blood seeped out of the wound carved into his back. Did I ever tell you guys to die like this? You fools. 3 were dead, and 4 others were just barely clinging to life. Of the 4, 2 didn't look like they'd survive unless given immediate treatment. Can I save them? He asked himself as he glared from behind his mask at the culprits of the incident. The Murim Alliance was, as the name suggested, a large alliance of Murim players. Famous guilds such as the Namgung clan, the Seishan clan, and Huashan were all part of it. Most players within the Murim Alliance kept their affiliations or identities unknown, though. Above all, the ones he hated the most among them were Blue Zone and Kim Il-soo. The Blue Zone Guild was a longtime ally of the Blue Eyes Guild and had participated in the Hydra raid with them. Instead of helping, though, they'd ambushed Suhyok after the Hydra poisoned him. They were planning this from the beginning. No one will suspect anything if they say there was an accident during the Hydra raid. Suhyok glanced back at the wall he had his back to. The solid black scales of the 8th floor dungeon's poison dragon Hydra made a good resting place. He was still surprised he'd been able to break through its scales. It was a common belief that the monster was impossible to raid, and he'd only defeated it through great effort and the assistance of the Blue Eyes Guild. If he managed to live and leave the dungeon, everyone would say, as expected of Lee Suhyok, the Master of Lightning. Status: Poison. Natural healing is impossible. It didn't seem likely that he'd make it out alive. Fatigue: 95. Fatigue level is excessively high. Many problems arose from high fatigue, including reduced resistance to poison. Rather than rest, he needed immediate treatment. Given the circumstances, though, neither rest nor treatment seemed likely. He looked down at the sword in his hand. More than half of it had melted in the Hydra's poison, and the other half was as worn as a battered saw. He sighed and focused his glare on the people surrounding him again. He saw expressions of shock, surprise, relief, and many others. Why? He asked, focusing on one man in particular among all of the others around him. Why did you do this, you bastard? He continued in a rage-filled voice. Answer me, damn it. A lion was still a lion, even if it was exhausted and wounded. His roar caused the players around him to flinch.
Top? Top?
A person stepped out from among them and replied, "We made a lot of preparations for this." The man, Kim Il-soo, had a kind demeanor, and he was Blue Zone's guild leader and a former ally of the Blue Eyes Guild. "I believed this would be the only way for us to defeat you. The others also weren't easy. In fact, they were tougher than I thought they'd be." Il-soo smirked. Soo-hyuk couldn't bear to see such an expression on the man's face. "I asked you why." Anger surged through his body. Was it due to the blood of his fallen comrades soaking through his shoes, or did his anger stem from the groans of his surviving friends? In the end, it didn't matter. "It's been 10 years, Soo-hyuk." Kim Il-soo didn't answer the question. Instead, he continued to speak as if he'd been waiting for the moment. "I've been preparing for this day for 10 years, so please be understanding." Kim Il-soo, "I'm sorry, but don't be too disappointed. Even after death, you'll be remembered as a hero." "Ha!" Soo-hyuk exhaled the breath he'd been holding. There was no reason to hold back anymore. Even at the end, he won't tell me why. No matter how much he thought about it, the betrayal was strange. Blue Eyes and Blue Zone had been allies for a long time, after all. On top of that, Kim Il-soo had founded Blue Zone and was a former member of Blue Eyes, which was why the names were so similar. Naturally, Soo-hyuk had trusted him. How could he have predicted that the man would betray such an alliance? What would he gain from the betrayal? He had many questions, but there were two things Soo-hyuk was certain of. Status, poisoned, has increased to level 2. For one, he was poisoned. For two, it would be difficult to survive in the state he was in. "I won't be able to hold out for long anyway." Despite his grim thoughts, Soo-hyuk remained calm on the outside. They didn't know his level of fatigue and could only guess. The Hydra had poisoned him, and there were dozens of holes in his body, but he wasn't going to let his spirits fall, even though death wasn't far off. "Still, I'm not going to just roll over and die. You know the saying, right?" he asked the enemies before him. "I've never said it myself, but they say." Soo-hyuk stared into Kim Il-soo's eyes. In the end, the winner will always be Lee Soo-hyuk. Though it was for a brief moment, Kim Il-soo's eyes trembled, and he took a slight step backward. That was enough. Taking advantage of the moment, Soo-hyuk opened his inventory and pulled out a large, colorful fan-shaped item. "That's..." Kim Il-soo's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the fan, but it was too late for him to do anything. "Banana palm fan? Banana palm fan. Hashtag rank, legendary. Hashtag level requirement, 80. Hashtag an item containing the power of a strong wind that can blow a designated target over 10 kilometers away. Hashtag uses remaining, asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There's no way he still has uses left, right? Kim Il-soo inwardly asked himself. "There are still some uses, you bastard." Soo-hyuk spat while clenching the fan in one of his hands and gritting his teeth. "I wanted to get out of this alive with my allies if possible. But, hashtag uses remaining, 4. Excluding himself, exactly 4 members of Blue Eyes were still alive. "Banana palm fan, blow them away," he shouted, causing a storm to blow his 4 guild members far away in different directions. It was a gamble on his part. There was no guarantee his critically wounded comrades would be saved, but it was the best option he had. "Gee, go after them," the head of the Nambung clan shouted in surprise. The Murim Alliance's players turned to follow the 4 departing Blue Eyes players, but they were stopped when they heard an ominous voice. "You guys have to deal with me first. You all know who'll come out on top, right?" Of course, Soo-hyuk was spouting nonsense. Dozens of spears and knives were sticking out of him, and the Hydra's poison continued to eat away at his body. Even though their opponent was Lee Soo-hyuk, there was no way he'd survive. For some reason, though, his fierce shout didn't seem like a bluff. BZZT. The Master of Lightning is manifesting. Your fatigue is high. The duration of Master of Lightning is limited. Your fatigue has increased to 96. Such things didn't matter to Suhayok as he burned his remaining strength. Flash! A single bolt of lightning fell from the sky. For some mysterious reason, it shone with black light and fell above Suhayok's head. The size of the bolt was insignificant. Usually, the entire visible area around him was covered in electricity when he used the skill, but the area of the skill didn't change its essence. Master of Lightning? He still has enough strength to use that? This crazy bastard. Suhayok took a step forward as the enemies retreated. You guys aren't going anywhere. Back in his battle stance, he gripped the spear stuck in his abdomen and pulled it out through his torn muscles and guts. Along with the intense pain and bleeding, he saw his fatigue rise to 97 in a new message window. This weapon should be enough. Clack. Thud. Suhayok removed his mask, revealing his fiery eyes. Let's see things through until the end. Using the spear that had pierced him, he started his final fight. Hum. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. His submerged consciousness gradually resurfaced. It felt as if his soul were floating around, and Suhayok recalled his final fight before he died. Was it about half? He'd believed it was too late to survive anyway, so he'd used all of his remaining magic power and stamina in his final show of defiance. He'd managed to kill half of his opponents, and he'd even melted half of Kim Il-su's face. The man probably wouldn't die, but he'd live with the scars for the rest of his life. Should I be happy? Considering the state of his body, he believed he'd done well. Still, he couldn't help but feel regretful. He at least wished he'd been able to take that bastard, Kim Il-su, with him. If he hadn't hit 100 fatigue and fainted at the last moment, he would have had his wish, too. Anyway, this is amazing. I never imagined I'd be able to continue thinking after death. Naturally, it was his first time experiencing death, so the sensation was new to him. He couldn't see anything in the complete darkness. He hadn't even experienced such darkness since he received optimized vision after becoming a player. His other senses were similarly affected. He couldn't hear or feel anything. It was like all 5 of his senses, which he'd always kept on high alert, were gone. Only one sense remained. His sense of self and thoughts floated somewhere. Will I be stuck like this forever? Isn't this, in a way, torture? Suhayok frowned as a strange stench filled his nose. It was like his nose was being buried in an old pile of garbage. I feel like vomiting. Ha! Words unconsciously slipped out of his mouth. Along with that, he also realized he was frowning. That meant he had a body. But why couldn't he see anything? He hurriedly tried to get up as sensation slowly returned to his hands and feet. At that moment, the lid covering his head fell to the ground, and Suhayok was able to take a look at where he was. Clank. Thud. He was in a heap of trash. After climbing out of it, he muttered, "Am I in hell?" Chapter 2. Suhayok, who'd woken up in a garbage can, checked his status. He was in a new environment and had just returned from the dead, so immediately checking his status was natural. He needed to know his power and fatigue level, after all. Using the system to check his condition was more effective than anything else. Status window.
Name, Lee Suyok.
Affiliation. Earth. Level 1. Strength, 11. Agility, 12. Stamina, 11. Concentration, 14. Magic power, 1. Fatigue, 61. He was speechless. Rather than the fatigue of 61, his pitifully low level and stats caught his attention. All the skills he'd acquired after a lifetime of effort were gone. Am I alive? Suhayok looked around and saw he was in a heap of trash in a dumpster located in some random alley. Why had he woken up there? Where am I? As soon as that question arose, he frowned as he felt an intense pain in his head, like someone had struck him with great force. A moment later, the memories of whoever had owned the body before him rushed into his mind. What a waste of a name. People from Earth are all like this. They're weak. That's right. The real Lee Soo-hyuk was an irregular. Why did such an idiot crawl all the way here? We should be grateful about them laying the floor. Numerous memories surfaced in his mind. Being an orphan, a beggar, joining the Lee Soo-hyuk player training institution, being bullied, taking a tutorial trial. Starting from a few key moments, he saw all sorts of things. What surprised him more than anything else, trumping even the situation he found himself in, was, "It's been 20 years since I died?" The Hydra raid and the betrayal of Blue Eyes had taken place 20 years prior to him waking up in the dumpster in the body of a random person who shared his name. He looked at the lid of a garbage can on the ground and observed his reflection. In it, he saw the characteristic black hair of an Asian and a face with gentle features. He was young. Am I dreaming? He remembered dying, but then he woke up in the body of someone who merely shared his name. What was going on? After leaning against the wall for a moment, he noticed a player kit on the ground. Had it fallen from his pocket before he was thrown into the trash? The world seems to have changed a lot. The kit I used was shaped like a ball. He reached out his hand and picked the player kit up. It was shaped like a normal smartphone, could make and receive calls and texts, and could even use the player server to search the internet. Truly, it might as well have been a smartphone. Zing. As soon as he touched it, the kit recognized his fingerprint, and letters appeared on the white screen. What do you want to search? He fell into thought. He was curious about many things, but there was no way he'd find information about his circumstances online. His fingers paused for a moment before he searched for the most obvious thing. Do you want to search Blue Eyes? It was the guild he'd belonged to, and the guild that Kim Il-soo and Blue Zone had betrayed. The moment he confirmed the search loaded, and the newest articles appeared. Blue Zone. Are they not enough to carry the legacy of Blue Eyes? Blue Zone advances. Once again, they carry the memory of Blue Eyes and Lee Soo-hyuk. Guild leader Kim Il-soo vows to win the next competition. He recalls that day 20 years ago and talks about the heroic sacrifices of the Blue Eyes Guild. Countless articles popped up. Of course, Soo-hyuk didn't go through all of them. He was searching for one thing in particular. Had any of the comrades he'd sent away survived? Are they all dead? Unfortunately, he couldn't find information on them anywhere. No matter how many pages he scrolled through, nothing mentioned Blue Eyes survivors. Ha! He sighed as he felt a sense of emptiness. His power and his comrades. He'd lost everything. In the end, all he had was a life in a weak body that had been beaten by his peers and thrown into the trash. Anger welled up from that sense of emptiness, and Soo-hyuk raised his head. Why did you do that? He asked the air, speaking to a person who couldn't possibly hear him. Crack. He gritted his teeth. Still, he wanted to know why Kim Il-soo had gone against their alliance and betrayed him. Are you practicing again? He never had a bad relationship with the man. In fact, they'd been on good terms. It was hard to have a bad relationship with a comrade you were climbing the tower and risking your life with. Soo-hyuk had even thought of the man as a friend. I think I'll have to leave Blue Eyes, Il-soo had said. What are you talking about? I have a reason, but please don't ask why. Also, Soo-hyuk, please do your best to explain it to the others. Soo-hyuk had tried to hold him back and get a reason from the man, but Il-soo had already made up his mind. Don't worry, my friend. Even after leaving, I plan to be your shadow. A few years passed, and Il-soo created Blue Zone and reappeared before Soo-hyuk. His guild was the shadow he'd talked about. What happened? He mumbled. Squeeze. Thud. Too. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and drew blood. Without even noticing the dripping blood, Soo-hyuk continued to look over the articles on the player kit. Whenever he searched for Blue Eyes, the screen was filled with Kim Il-soo's photos and related articles. It seemed that Blue Zone had actually taken his guild's name. Well? Soo-hyuk lowered his hand and lifted his head. I guess his reason doesn't matter. The man had killed his friends. What could matter more than them? If he were truly curious, he could go up and ask Il-soo directly. Thud. Of course, he'd be sure to stab the man in the stomach first, just as he'd been stabbed on that day. Ilsu, wait for me. Suhayak made up his mind. I'm going to see you again. His anger couldn't be a dream. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Ilify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. After organizing his thoughts, Suhayak started walking. He'd wondered if it was all a dream at first, but his doubts were gone. He was headed to the dormitory of the player training institution, where the original owner of the body had been staying. The tutorial, which would determine a player's qualifications, was set to take place in 2 days. At least he still had some time left until then. They're still on the 9th floor? Suhayak slowly recalled the memories of who'd previously owned the body as he walked. They're much too slow. Did the difficulty increase after the 8th floor? 20 years had passed, so he'd originally thought they would have at least made it to the 10th floor. He never imagined they'd be stuck on the 9th floor for 20 years. It was true that higher floors were harder, but it was still far slower than he expected. Those pathetic bastards. If things were going to be like this, then why did they even bother to betray me? He mumbled to himself. As he was walking, he caught sight of a shabby street stall as he passed by. Oh! One of the displayed items caught his attention. My mask. He'd worn a mask in his active player days. There wasn't a special reason for it other than that he'd started in his early days and hiding his face was convenient. It was a black mask with golden stripes, Suhayak's trademark. Seeing it being sold in a store on the lowest floor was surprising. 50 points. Are you going to buy it? The middle-aged man running the store asked through a yawn. Suhayak paused for a moment and checked his points. 1,010 points? It wasn't a generous amount, but it was practically all he had. Usually, an unemployed player with no immediate income should have saved the points. You've paid 50 points. It wasn't his money anyway, and it could be earned again. Is this what's trending these days? After purchasing the mask, he took a look around. The middle-aged man who'd sold him the mask asked, Are you a fan of Lee Suhayak? Yes. Not knowing how to respond, Suhayak pondered for a moment. If he claimed to be the man himself, he would probably be considered out of his mind. Saying he was a fan of himself was embarrassing, though. Something like that, he eventually said after some thought. Something like that? Then why did you buy the mask when you aren't even a fan? Are you one of those people trying to imitate Lee Suhayak? The middle-aged man clicked his tongue and gave him a suspicious look.
Imitating Lee Suyeok?
What's that? Don't you know? I guess you aren't one of those guys. Then you must be a fan. The middle-aged man, who answered his own question, nodded his head and pointed. Go over there. Although it's small, there's a memorial hall. A memorial hall? Based on your reaction, it seems that you haven't been there yet. Today is his Memorial Day, so there will probably be quite a few people paying their respects. Suhayak was headed to his lodging because he had nowhere else to go when the man pointed a different location out to him instead. He stood still for a moment before heading toward the memorial hall with the mask in his hand. I have nothing else to do anyway. Going to a memorial dedicated to himself felt a bit awkward. It was like going to eat at a funeral service after the funeral. Still, he was curious. What kind of images of himself were held there? On his walk, Suhayak bought some flowers. It was a death memorial, so at least that much was appropriate after all. A few alleys later, he saw the place the middle-aged man had mentioned. His first thought when he saw the place was rather simple. It's bigger than I thought it'd be. Wasn't it supposed to be small? Even at a glance, it looked to be the size of a small temple. A giant copy of his mask swung over the front entrance. Welcome, the guide at the entrance said in disinterest after glancing at the mask in Suhayak's hand. Suhayak nodded and entered. It seemed that the place truly had been a temple. The ceiling was high, and instead of gods, the windows depicted Suhayak's masked face. On the other side of the room, some unknown technology was being used to display videos of Suhayak's fights. Naturally, that's where most people were gathered. Whoa! One of the people muttered. He was truly amazing. This is from back when he fought the Anux players during the competition 25 years ago, right? I think so. He was truly amazing. The video showed Su Hyok riding a bolt of lightning into the sky, dominating both the ground and air, and leaving the people watching the video mesmerized. I was certainly good. Of course, Su Hyok watched as well. Although he wasn't as impressed as the others, he kept nodding as he watched himself fight. He hadn't realized it at the time, but it felt a bit different when he saw himself from the outside. Ah, I shouldn't have done that there, he unconsciously said when he noticed a small mistake. He was so immersed that he'd forgotten where he was. What? Someone mumbled. Even here, someone is nitpicking. People like him are armchair coaches. I was just reflecting. Even though he'd said it quietly, everyone nearby had heard him. Su Hyok lowered his head in frustration. But what could he do? The only thing he shared with his past self was his name. He continued to watch the video, engrossed in the fight. Swoosh! Just before the video ended, a face that riled up the anger in Su Hyok's heart appeared. We will remember him, the man in a half-mask said. Kim Il-soo? It was none other than a recording of Kim Il-soo placing a hand on his chest to pay his respects. Chapter 3. Su Hyok felt his insides churning. He thought he understood why and how the video he'd just watched and the place were created. I'm sorry, but don't be too disappointed. Even after death, you'll be remembered as a hero. Damn it, is this what he meant? He figured he was still being revered as a hero due to Il-soo. In the past, Su Hyok was the face of Blue Eyes itself, and Blue Zone was an allied guild that was sort of their shadow. In a world without the Blue Eyes Guild, Blue Zone would have had to either fall off or take Blue Eyes' place. In order to make his guild stand out in Blue Eyes' place, Il-soo probably needed the name and halo of Blue Eyes, and honoring Lee Su Hyok as a hero was the perfect way to publicly take both of those things while seeming humble. You bastard, Su Hyok murmured in a low voice. A few people glanced at him, but he was too angry to care. Wish. He turned away before the video ended. There was no reason to keep watching. The more he saw Il-soo's face, the more uncomfortable he felt. Top? Maybe it was due to the blood rushing through his head during his suppressed rage, but as he passed the photos, items, and videos of himself in his past life without so much as a sideways glance, he only heard the sounds of his own footsteps. Finally, farther into the memorial hall, something in particular caught Su Hyok's eyes. Visitors had left a pile of flowers in front of his photo. Flowers? It seemed most hadn't arrived empty-handed. He looked at the chrysanthemum flower he'd purchased on his way there. There were so many flowers in front of the photo that his flower would only be one among many. It felt strange to think that so many people remembered him. Swoosh! He placed the flower in front of his photo and truly felt the weight of realizing his old self. The Lee Su Hyok everyone remembered was dead, and 20 years had passed. A strange feeling enveloped him for a while. Oh! After some time, he felt a familiar magic power in the pile of flowers. He reached out and searched through the pile, which caused others to start staring, but it wasn't the time for him to care about that. Finally, within the piled-up chrysanthemums, he discovered an unusually transparent ice flower. Don't tell me! He picked the ice flower up and felt a cold chill through his fingers. A chrysanthemum made of ice. His eyes widened in surprise. Saiwu, he made this. Su Hyok turned and thoroughly looked through the memorial hall. His heart was pounding. Since the ice flower hadn't completely melted yet, the one who'd left it there probably hadn't gone far. Asterisk. Somehow, we managed to survive another year. On top of the clock tower overlooking the memorial hall, an old man with a hunched back looked down at the building. Once again, it was nerve-wracking. Behind him, a woman wrapped in a robe appeared from the shadows beneath the tower. As if wanting to complain, she bit her thick, red lips and asked, "Did you really have to bring that? We should have just left a normal chrysanthemum." KSSS. The skin on the old man's face peeled away, revealing a young man's face in its place. Kim Saiwoo. He was a member of Blue Eyes who'd supposedly died 20 years prior. You never know. That guy might come back to life and find the flower I left. Do you still think he's alive? The woman asked. We didn't see him die with our own eyes, did we? The woman stopped trying to argue. That wasn't the first time they had such a conversation. She had already heard Kim Saiwoo's arguments many times. There was a problem, though. The problem is that there's a chance Kim Il-soo will find our location faster than we can find Soo-hyuk, assuming he somehow lived. Naturally, there was a chance Blue Zone would find the flower first. They were certain Il-soo was alive, and the chances of Soo-hyuk being alive were close to zero. You never know, Saiwoo said, betting everything on that one phrase. Every year, on the same day, he'd gone there and left that flower. If Soo-hyuk ever saw it, the flower would be enough to let him know to look for them. Saiwoo passed by the woman and vanished into the shadows. The woman let out a sigh. If that guy were alive, we wouldn't be hiding like this, you idiot. Once again, she'd failed to stop him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Ilify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Though Soo-hyuk searched the area near the memorial hall for hours, he couldn't find Saiwoo. Only after the sun started setting did he give up and return to his lodging. The small room was barely bigger than 13 square meters and was just big enough for a single bed, a desk, and a chair. The entire room was his home. Without even thinking to shower or change, he threw himself onto the bed. Flop! He thought about the ice flower he'd taken from the memorial. In the same way each person had a different fingerprint, each person also had a different color of magic. No matter how strong they became, the color never changed. It didn't matter how much time had passed. There was no way he wouldn't be able to recognize his longtime friend's magic. So he's alive. He'd thought they were all dead, but that didn't seem to be the case. Though the news had reported Kim Saiwoo's death, the flower was clear evidence to the contrary. Soo-hyuk activated his player kit. There were no saved contacts, and he was only using it for search purposes. Do you want to search Kim Saiwoo? He tried to see if he could find any news related to his friend, but there was nothing indicating he'd survived. Thud. Soo-hyuk threw the kit toward the head of the bed and turned to the half-melted ice flower. His friend was alive and in hiding somewhere, and he'd been in hiding for 20 years. The only trace of him was the ice flower. Hey, what are you doing? He mumbled, knowing Saiwoo wouldn't possibly be able to hear him. He wasn't sure if Saiwoo was the only one who'd survived, but even if he wanted to contact them, he had no way of doing so. You had to register someone's fingerprint in a player kit to contact them, after all. At least he was certain about one thing, revenge aside, he had another reason for needing to rise to the top. Well, I guess what he's doing doesn't matter. He smiled brightly for the first time that day. He'd been reborn in a world full of people he needed to kill after losing the comrades who were like family to him. The loneliness and burning anger in his chest subsided a bit. As long as he's alive, we will be able to meet again. Right, it didn't matter what his friend was doing. What mattered was that he was alive. All he could do at the moment was pray that others had also survived. Contacting them right now would be dangerous. He calmed himself a bit and tried to organize his situation in his head. They have to have a reason for hiding, so I shouldn't draw attention to them. He was planning to climb the tower. He was well aware of the abilities he'd used in his past life, and if he started climbing the tower with them again, it would undoubtedly draw quite a bit of attention. What would happen if he contacted the presumed dead Saiwoo while he was being scrutinized? Blue Zone and the other guilds would certainly take notice. First, I need to regain my power. There were only 2 days left until the tutorial that would allow him to regain his player status started. He sat up on the edge of his bed and thought about his course of action. After thinking about how he could get even more powerful than before, he reached a conclusion. If I could handle lightning properly, things wouldn't have gone that far. Lightning was the most powerful weapon he'd used. The stronger it became, the more damage it inflicted on the user's body. In other words, it was a sharp, double-edged sword. Of course, it was also the best sword in the tower. As expected, the problem is stamina. In his past life, he'd used skills and items that increased his stamina to help deal with the self-inflicted damage from his lightning. Even then, it wasn't enough. He needed a way to reach an absurd amount of stamina. Well, there was no way he would be able to immediately solve a problem that he hadn't been able to solve back when he'd reached the 8th floor. The tutorial. Suhayok looked at the ceiling. The tutorial was the first and most basic trial to evaluate a player's capabilities. I wonder how many stages I can clear now, he murmured as he recalled the contents of the trial. Every player had probably wondered, at least once, how far they would be able to go if they could replay the tutorial. Such thoughts were flights of fantasy, but Suhayok had a unique opportunity. In my past life, I reached stage 25. It was a record-breaking number. Even after 20 years, though all information about the tutorial had become known, only 2 players had beaten that record. Climbing the tower again won't be a problem in itself, but that isn't good enough. I need to do better. His gaze turned to the sword placed in the corner of the room. Since the tutorial was coming up, he'd prepared his weapon in advance. He reached out and grabbed the sword. A familiar feeling spread evenly from his fingertips through his body, and he smoothly drew the weapon from its sheath. It wasn't very good, but that made it feel even more like a fresh start. I must do well. It was just a tutorial, but he had to give it his all on every trial and trial he faced. Climbing the tower wasn't enough. Instead, he needed to succeed in everything with near perfection. His gaze fell upon the mask he'd left on his desk. In essence, he had to beat none other than himself. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For 2 days, Suhayok gave himself time to get used to his new body. He felt heavier, his feet were sluggish, and his sword also wasn't as light as he was used to. 2 days were enough for him to adapt, though. He'd repeatedly swung his sword and moved in a hunting ground near the village for the past 2 days, and he encountered a few of the lowest-ranking monsters that appeared nearby during his training. How did you get beaten up so badly despite having such a body? He asked himself. After all of his practice and a few fights against the easiest monsters, he was more aware than ever that he'd lucked out with the body he received. All of his stats were over 10, and concentration was at 14. He'd unlocked magic power without having gone through the tutorial and was clearly very talented, just based on his stat numbers alone. The previous owner of the body just hadn't been able to use it all properly. Good. Even compared to his past self, it might have been a better foundation. Since he died, something called player training institutions had popped up that offered professional training until the moment a player entered the tutorial, so it was only natural. He'd been dissatisfied with his start at first, but after taking some time to judge it more objectively, he thought his new body was quite excellent. Chirp, 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 the bird chirped in the early morning air. Suhayok, who'd moderately sweated from his warm-up, lifted his head. He'd been keeping his senses heightened since he woke up. So it's starting. The day of the tutorial had dawned. It was the day of Suhayok's return. Chapter 4. McHugo, the tutorial trial supervisor, stood atop a huge, white stage as big as several playing fields combined. He stood with his arms crossed and looked at the participant lying on the ground. Near the participant, 2 goblins, each about 1.20 meters tall, lay dead. Ha! Che. The participant was panting heavily. It was hard to believe a participant could struggle so much with just 2 of the lowest-ranking monsters, goblins. The pathetic sight made Hugo frown. I somehow succeeded, the participant said to himself. Hugo's eyes twitched. In his silver armor resembling that of a knight's, he approached the participant and asked, "Do you want to challenge the next stage?" "And next stage?" The participant looked confused. Soon, a message appeared before him. "Would you like to challenge the next stage? 1 additional goblin will be added per stage. Additional rewards will be given for clearing higher stages." "No, I won't. Are you crazy? How am I supposed to defeat 3? The participant's face turned pale. 3 goblins? He'd struggled with just 2, so there was no way he could clear 3. Shout again, and I'll knock you down, McHugo said. As the trial supervisor, he couldn't harm the participants. Still, he couldn't help but give the participant an annoyed glare when he saw their poor skills and rotten mental state. As expected, the participant seemed frightened and went pale before running away and giving up on the next stage. Swoosh! The participant had defeated 2 goblins and could have moved on to the next stage, but he didn't get any rewards other than the most basic of passing grades. In the tutorial, the real rewards were given from stage 2. So that's his limit. Most participants were like that. The tutorial was known to be significantly easier than the trials on the other floors, but less than half of the participants stepped up to challenge stage 2. Evaluating individual skill, desire for improvement, and the courage to face multiple enemies simultaneously is why this tutorial exists. Hugo sighed. I never imagined I'd have to send such pathetic people up. The participants in the tutorial that time were just too pathetic. Only 2 goblins. Those who left to the next floor after giving up on going to stage 2 of the tutorial usually hit a wall in progression right away. The tower's trials were always like that. It gave rewards to players based on the greatness of their achievements. Fools who thought they simply needed to climb as quickly as possible were never able to get far. At least there was one. Hugo recalled a participant who had taken the trial a few moments prior. Isaac. He was Reinhardt's son and had shown his natural talent by his ability to use magic on the first floor. With talent surpassing his lineage, he'd only stopped after defeating more than 20 goblins at once. Stage 20 is almost record-breaking. Based on his talent alone, he's above Reinhardt. Isaac used both swordsmanship and magic as a magic swordsman with talent in both areas, and watching him hadn't been boring. As Hugo was recalling Isaac's trial, the door to the trial hall opened, and the next participant entered.
Lee Suyeok.
The name was unforgettable. Even Hugo had idolized the legend at one point. Rather than excitement, he felt sympathy for the participant. He must have struggled due to his name. The participant had probably always been compared to the real legend, and he even used a sword, the same weapon Suhayok had favored. 2 goblins have been generated. Defeat the goblins. Messages appeared in front of the participant. Kiryai ka. Yukik. The goblins let out monkey-like cries and gripped their poison-tipped spikes. Start, Hugo yelled. In the next instant, the participant's sword flashed forward and decapitated the 2 goblins with lightning speed, sending their heads tumbling. Whoosh! What did I just see? Hugo's eyes widened in surprise. Thud! The goblins' bodies collapsed to the ground a moment after their heads. Just like that, stage 1 was complete within a few moments of the enemies appearing. Would you like to challenge the next stage? 1 additional goblin will be added per stage. Additional rewards will be given for clearing higher stages. Challenge. As if he'd been waiting for it, Suhayok immediately made his decision. *****. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Ilify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. *****. Thud. The goblin's head fell. Crazy. Hugo, who'd been counting the fallen goblins, gave up. He unfolded his arms, and sweat began forming on his clenched fists. The trial area was so cluttered with goblin corpses that there was nowhere to step. Their bodies would only vanish when the challenge ended, but Suhayok wasn't done yet. Again, his sword flashed through the goblins' slender necks. Even while he was cutting them down, he continuously kept an eye on his surroundings. He isn't just swinging his sword. He's looking 2 or 3 moves ahead, Hugo thought. He'd noticed that the participant was keeping track of each and every goblin and their attacks to ensure he didn't get surrounded. What he was seeing wasn't just a matter of fighting skill. Hugo thought about it. Could he perform as well with the same stats and level as the participant in front of him? No, I can't. Even though he was a player who'd cleared the 6th floor, replicating the participant would be impossible for him. Grrr. He shivered. It wasn't that the participant could use magic like Isaac, nor did he have exceptional physical abilities. Still, Suhayok held the upper hand while fighting 50 goblins at once. Is he Lee Suhayok's reincarnation or something? How can he move like that? Goblins were terrifying in numbers due to their poisoned weapons and fairly agile movements, but their poison seemed non-existent in front of the participant. The moment any entered the range of Suhayok's sword with their poisoned weapons, they ended up losing their heads. Not even their poison darts helped. Suhayok avoided and dodged the darts as if he knew where they were going to land. If they couldn't touch him in the first place, then what difference did poison make? Ha ha! Suhayok caught his breath while slowly backing away. The goblins, seemingly frightened, hesitated. They were virtual monsters created by the trial, but they were still living creatures. Naturally, they feared death and could recognize a stronger opponent. Once again, Suhayok leaped toward them. Kirik ki! The 3 remaining goblins exchanged signals, likely trying to coordinate their attack. When they thrust their poisoned weapons at the approaching Suhayok, he slid beneath the attack without slowing. Keek dash! The goblins were bewildered. A moment later, Suhayok cut through all 3 goblins' necks in one slash, cutting them down like wheat. Slash! Thud! With that, the stage came to an end. You've cleared the 49th stage. Would you like to challenge the final boss? Additional rewards will be given for clearing the highest stage. Ha! Suhayok caught his breath, which he'd been controlling until then. Sweat soaked his hair, and he read over the message again as he swept his damp hair back. The final stage? It seemed that the tutorial only went to the 50th stage. This is great. I was just about to stop. Up to that point, he'd cut down over 1,000 goblins in total over several hours. Though there was a break between each stage, his muscles were screaming in exhaustion. Fatigue. 71. With his fatigue so high, he was bound to be a bit sluggish. Either way, the next stage would be the last. Suhayok made up his mind. Challenge. You will challenge the final stage. You have a 10-minute break. 10 minutes. He thought they were giving him plenty of time to recover. Deciding to rest and bring his concentration to its peak, he sat down and closed his eyes. After the long but short 10 minutes passed, Boss, King of the Orcs is appearing. Wang, opposite of Suhayok. A giant monster many meters tall with a pig head appeared opposite of Suhayok. What? Hugo turned to Suhayok in surprise. Give up now. Can't you see what the boss is? Finished catching his breath, Suhayok opened his eyes and stood. The orc was about a head and a half taller than him, with rugged muscles and solid armor covering its whole body. It was a monster several times stronger than a regular orc. You can still give up since it hasn't started yet. Don't be greedy. No matter how good you are, you won't be able to overcome the stat difference. Hugo yelled. Of course, Suhayok was aware of that. The king of the orcs wasn't an opponent a tutorial participant could defeat. With my current stats, I won't be able to inflict proper damage on that guy. He probably wouldn't even be able to pierce far into its body. Still, glance. I don't want to give up. He had already made up his mind and wasn't about to change it. You absolute! Hugo cursed when he saw his confident attitude, but before he could finish, Orwurg! The king of the orcs' roar shook the trial hall. Hugo was certain that, no matter who the participant was, they wouldn't be able to defeat such a monster. Even Suhayok's sword, which had sliced through the necks of countless goblins, wouldn't be able to do anything against the king of the orcs' tough skin. The final trial is starting. Swoosh! Thud! A poisoned dart flew and pierced into the king of the orcs' thigh. Gore! The monster gave Suhayok a confused look. Let's make a bet. Suhayok, after bending down and going through the corpses of several goblins, held several of the poisoned darts in his hands. Clang! He tossed his sword aside as if it were never needed for the fight and held several of the poisoned darts in each hand. Let's see if you can catch me before you're turned into a pincushion. Chapter 5. It was Suhayok's belief as someone who'd been climbing the tower for years that it never presented an impossible trial. Countless other players had reached the same conclusion. That belief also applied to the tutorial. Defeating multiple goblins wasn't impossible. Goblin necks were much thinner than human ones, after all, so it wasn't hard to slice through them. Of course, avoiding so many poisoned weapons and darts was nearly impossible, but it was, in theory, doable. The king of the orcs was a different story, though. Such an opponent can't be defeated in a direct confrontation at his level. Hugo felt chills when he saw Suhayok confront the boss. Is that the solution? Right, the corpses don't go away until the trial ends, so it was all part of the trial. Hugo noticed that, the moment Suhayok realized what he'd be facing, he'd looked around at the corpses. In that short moment, he'd found the solution to the trial. Suhayok's strategic vision was broad enough to immediately connect the poisoned weapons to defeating the boss. And on top of that, he started by striking the boss's legs with 2 of the poison darts. He aimed for the legs from the start. After the first 2 darts, Suhayok continued to throw the poison weapons and darts at the king of the orcs' legs, instinctively realizing that the most critical aspect of the final stage was depriving the creature of its mobility. He's a genius, Hugo thought. Suhayok was able to do more than just wield a sword well. Whoosh! Thud! Thud! Suhayok threw poisoned fangs at the king of the orcs' eyes. Whoa! Hugo couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, seeming to forget about his dignity as a knight. When he realized he was acting like a child, he cleared his throat, seemingly embarrassed. That's simply how impressive Suhayok's skills were. He accurately hit the eyes of a moving opponent from such a distance. Had the candidate learned how to use throwing weapons from an assassin group? No, even if that were the case, it was hard to believe that not a single throw missed. Screech! The king of the orcs covered its eyes with both hands and screamed in pain. First, it was the legs, then the eyes. Suhayok planned to first deprive the boss of its mobility, then its sight, rendering it completely helpless. He made judgment very quickly, and his throwing technique was almost miraculous. A genius? No. Is this something that can be explained with such a word? Everything about the candidate was on an entirely different level, from his swordsmanship to his precise throwing technique. Hugo's mind fell into chaos. That day alone, he'd seen many people attempt the trial. Isaac was someone he'd call a genius, but what would that make the person before him? Did Lee Suhayok really reincarnate? Geo dash. The king of the orcs roared. The poison had spread through its legs, and it couldn't see, so it was no longer a threat. So it's over, Hugo mumbled. Swish. The king of the orcs swung the massive club in his hand, but it was in vain. There was no way it could catch Suhayok in that state. Swish. After dodging backward, Suhayok picked up more poison darts and held them between his fingers. Since he'd deprived the boss of its mobility and vision, there was only one thing left to do. PAF. I'm turning you into a pin cushion. He just had to whittle his prey down. He just had to cook that big prey slowly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You shouldn't throw it like that. Kim Yeryong, a member of Blue Eyes, watched Suhayok as he practiced his dagger-throwing technique. Should I teach you? She was a specialist in throwing daggers and other weapons. With her throwing technique that was even better than the ones from the famous Dang clan's rankers, she was able to take down many enemies before anyone noticed. At first, Suhayok didn't want to accept her help due to his pride, but in the end, he nodded. Yes, please. He still remembered how Yeryong's expression distorted when she heard that. After shuddering in disgust, she took a stance and picked up a pen. It only looked like a slight throw, but the pen pierced one of the steel plates on the targets. She gave the target a look and said, anything can be a throwing weapon if you know its center of gravity. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Thuck! The poison darts continued raining into the boss's body. As he initially intended, Suhayok kept sticking more poison weapons into the king of the orcs. I remember she theorized that power is proportional to rotational force. The longer you hesitate, the more your accuracy decreases in proportion. Thanks to her, he'd been able to perfect his throwing techniques. Thud. Hitting the king of the orcs with a poison dart wasn't a difficult task. He didn't need to worry about dealing any critical damage because the goblin's poison would kill it in the end, not the little wounds it was accumulating from the weapons. Thud. Finally, the boss's knees buckled. It didn't matter how resistant he was. Hundreds of poison darts were sticking from his body. Though they weren't individually fatal, when the poison accumulated to such an extent, the story changed. The boss collapsed and trembled on the ground. Clank. Suhayok picked up the sword he'd dropped on the floor. The king of the orcs tried to stand as he heard Suhayok approach, but he was too weak. Suhayok neatly pierced his sword through the nearly dead boss's neck. Thrust. Coup! The king of the orcs spasmed and let out a last, ragged breath before falling to the side. Boom! You've eliminated a boss. The king of the orcs. The boss was truly dead, and Suhayok struggled to pull his sword from its neck as he muttered, "It's damn hard to pull this thing out." His skin was so thick that his sword seemed stuck. It was hard to imagine the tutorial had asked him to kill such a thing. If it weren't for the goblin's poison, it would have been impossible. You've perfectly completed the tutorial. Your level has increased x9. You've earned 10,000 points. You've earned 1,325 achievement points. You've defeated the king of the orcs. You've earned 100 achievement points. You're the first to clear the final stage of the tutorial. You've earned 1,000 achievement points. You can spend the earned achievement points and choose a reward.
Wow! Suyeok exclaimed in surprise.
9 levels. Since 3 stats were given per level, he'd gained a total of 27 stats. The rewards were better than he'd expected. On top of that, the 1,000 achievement points were even more of a surprise. Mere goblins gave this much. He'd earned a total of 2,425 achievement points. Considering that clearing the 20th stage of the trial rewarded 210 points, it was an overwhelming amount. I wonder what I can buy with so many points. The tutorial shop displayed all of the items that the participant could buy with their points. The cheapest item was only 5 points, which was why participants who'd only cleared the first stage couldn't earn any rewards. He never imagined he'd earn 2,425 achievement points from the tutorial. Opening the shop. Swoosh! A long shop interface unfolded with so many items on display that the page was almost as tall as Suhayok. Not even that was enough, and there were a few more pages. The more pages he passed, the more expensive the rewards became. The cheapest one is 5 points, and the one on the bottom of the first page is 200. He saw everything from normal rank items to F-rank skills. There were even ingredients he couldn't figure out the use for. The previous record was the 28th stage, so Suhayok ended up looking at items no one had seen before. That's amazing! Do they even sell this? He exclaimed in surprise after he moved to the next page and saw items all costing 1,000 points or more. Nameless magic sword. Hashtag rank. Rare. Hashtag type weapon. Hashtag an item made by the magic sword maker Kindre. Kindre doesn't name his failed works. The sword consumes the user's stamina and mental health to enhance its cutting power and physical capabilities. Price, 1,000 achievement points. I never thought I'd see one of Kindra's works here. Kindre was a fairly famous player known as a magic sword maker. He was one of the top 3 blacksmiths in the tower, but nobody knew if that was his real name or not. Magic swords consumed the user's stamina and mental health, but they were so overwhelmingly strong that many people sought them. I can't handle this right now. Unfortunately, magic swords weren't compatible with Suhayok. Considering the lightning I'll get later, I need a holy sword, not a magic sword. Magic swords were powerful but consumed one's stamina. In comparison, holy swords were less powerful but protected the user. Since he was going for lightning, he had no choice but to choose a holy sword. He needed to increase his stamina in every little way he could. Holy Sword Miranda. Hashtag rank. Rare. Hashtag type weapon. Hashtag a mithril sword imbued with the blessing of the temple. It reduces the user's stamina consumption. Price, 1,300 achievement points. That was the second item that caught his eye. Made from expensive mithril, its strength and cutting power were probably good enough. Its effect also suited Suhayok. But it doesn't feel like enough. For some reason, it didn't feel satisfying. The magic sword he'd seen earlier and the holy sword were both good items for the tutorial, though. Maybe it was because he'd used items that were too good in his past life, but he wasn't interested in the holy sword. How I use these points is my foundation. I need to choose carefully. At that moment, a skill caught his attention. An F-rank skill? Higher-tier skills should have appeared on the next page. But the first one he saw was registered as rank F. Selfish sacrifice. Hashtag type, skill. Hashtag rank, F. Hashtag LV1. Hashtag suppresses the side effects of skills and items that harm the user. Hashtag points can be used to upgrade the skill's rank and level. Hashtag required points, 10,000 P. Price, 1,400 achievement points. Huh? He doubted his eyes for a moment. It was merely an F-rank skill, and it required an incredible amount of points to upgrade. This effect, a skill that suppressed the side effects of other skills? The fact it cost so many points despite its low level was actually welcoming news. It meant that, if he had unlimited points, he could overcome the side effects of any skill. Maybe even lightning. Suhayok's eyes shone. Selfish sacrifice had the potential to fix the only flaw with using lightning that he'd struggled with in his past life. When he saw the possibility, there was no need for hesitation. I need to buy it. Suhayok moved his hand. Chapter 6. After thinking for a while, Suhayok finally chose two things. One of the things, of course, was selfish sacrifice. It had the potential to negate lightning's weakness, so it didn't matter how many points it consumed. As for the other item he picked, you have purchased a nameless magic sword. You spent 1,000 achievement points. You can name the nameless magic sword. The magic sword was completely different from the type of sword he'd used in his past life, but the power of such swords was unparalleled. As long as he had the stamina for it, the sword's damage would be outstanding. The problem was that it carried a heavy penalty, which meant it was usually a bad choice for beginners. I'll have to test this skill. Selfish sacrifice said it could negate the side effects of other skills or items, so it was a good time to test it. This skill and the magic word have good synergy together. It's better to use this from the start than to leave it untouched. After choosing both the skill and the sword, he had 25 points left. You have purchased a low-ranking healing potion. You spent 20 achievement points. After buying the health potion just in case he was injured, he had only a few points left. A magic sword, Hugo mumbled as he approached Suhayok. Had he realized the rewards were done being chosen? Clap, clap, clap. That skill and item are a good match, that's for sure. Still, there's something I don't understand. Even if the items had good synergy, why did you choose such a skill? You don't know if you're ever going to need it. Not only that, but it also isn't very efficient. Do I have to tell you my reason? Suhayok asked. What? Hugo gave him a dumbfounded look. It was the first time he'd ever seen a participant speak so informally to a trial examiner. Was it because he was ignorant or was he just arrogant due to his talent? It's hard to change my way of speaking. In reality, that's just who Suhayok was. He took a closer look at McHugo. Clearly, the man was a knight, and he wore heavy armor to match. Suhayok almost let his surprise show. To think this brat would be the examiner. Back when Suhayok had first met the man in his previous life, he'd been an apprentice knight in a guild called Chivalry. See, could you give me your autograph? The young and inexperienced Hugo approached him and asked for his autograph during a meeting between Blue Eyes and Chivalry. My autograph? I don't have one, Suhayok replied. Then at least your name, please. Hugo held out a piece of paper and gave him a heavy look. Suhayok, wearing his trademark mask, just wrote Suhayok in Korean for him. It was the worst handwriting ever, but just that one signature was enough to make Hugo bow deeply in gratitude. That same guy was the examiner for the tutorial. Things have changed, huh? Once again, he realized 20 years had passed. The reality that he was a novice challenging the tower again hit him hard. Anyway, Suhayok finally said, I don't intend to answer that question. Even if I did, you wouldn't be able to tell anyone. Examiners couldn't leak a participant's personal information outside. If they did, they would be immediately expelled from the examiner position and severely punished by the association. Ugh, that's true, Hugo agreed. Then, I'm off. Wait. Hugo tried to stop Suhayok from leaving. Are you interested in joining chivalry? No thanks. Do you want to move to the second floor? Yes. Suhayok quickly replied to the system message and vanished before Hugo's eyes. Huh? ****. You have cleared the tutorial. You've arrived on the second floor. Everything flashed white and then returned to normal, which was something that happened when you cleared a trial and moved on to the next floor. Exiting a shabby temple, Suhayok headed toward the nearest city. The second floor's population was especially large. Luckily, there was always a village at the starting point of a floor. Fresh seafood from afar. Fresh. Special jerky. Try some samples. Choose. We have everything. From precious metals from Murim to beautiful designs from Earth. So I've arrived. Suhayok stared blankly at the bustling marketplace along the street. Stepping onto the second floor had special meaning for players. It meant they'd cleared the tutorial, succeeded in their first challenge of their player career, and had taken their initial step. This is the beginning. For Suhayok, it had a different meaning. Since he was doing things he'd already done before, he had to do it better and surpass his former self as the all-time top player. With that goal in mind, there was something he needed to make sure of. Step. Suhayok passed through the market and went straight to the training grounds. The small training grounds, about 60 square meters in size, was frequented by players for many purposes, such as personal training or testing new skills. Which floor are you from? The training grounds manager asked, looking over Suhayok and noticing he was a novice player without proper equipment. He knew it was the day of the tutorial, so he figured Suhayok had just reached the second floor. *****. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Ilify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. I just arrived. Suhayok answered as he handed over his player kit, which showed a 2 on the screen as proof he just reached the second floor. The manager checked the display and said, Then go to Training Ground 1. It's already prepared. Please, assign me to Training Ground 4, Suhayok said. Training Ground 4? The manager laughed in disbelief. The higher the number, the harder the training ground was. Past 10, the training dummy moved on its own and was difficult for even higher floor players to deal with. Did you come with this in mind? The manager asked. Yes. If you make a mistake, you will get hurt. If you give up halfway, there will be no refund. The manager worriedly clicked his tongue. I'm worried that you're going to lose your money. Just use number 1. Well, as long as I get my part-time work payment, I don't care. Thanks for your concern. Before the conversation could continue, Suhayok extended his hand to the manager. 30 minutes, please. Ha! Don't say I didn't warn you. The manager sighed and grabbed Suhayok's hand. You've paid 50 points. Points were drained through one's hand. With the 30-minute ticket, Suhayok entered Training Ground 4. Creak. A completely soundproof, white room came into view. Traps were installed all over the room and would activate as soon as he stepped forward. It's been a while since I was last here. There was no better place to test new skills and items than that training ground. Based on the chosen difficulty, he could easily gauge how his skills performed before going on a real hunt. First, Screech, the nameless magic sword, recognizes its master. All stats have temporarily increased. The user's stamina and mental strength will be consumed. A message appeared when he drew the magic sword. Typically, using a magic sword was unimaginable due to the side effects that came with it, but he wasn't interested in testing its power. BZZT. The nameless magic sword, absorbs the user's stamina. Your stats will increase based on the stamina consumed. Drip. Blood dripped from Suhayak's eyes. The veins on the back of his sword hand burst, and his fingers trembled. He was reaching his limit. So this is my current body's limit. He never expected a body that had just reached the second floor to be able to control a magic sword anyway. He just wanted to test how effective selfish sacrifice was. Selfish sacrifice LV1 resists the damage from the nameless magic sword. The user's stamina and mental strength have been partially restored. Your fatigue has slightly increased. Selfish sacrifice LV1 fails to fully resist the nameless magic sword. Is this the limit of being level 1? Though the rare rank magic sword was considered a failure, it was still one of Kindra's works. Magic swords could draw considerable power, but the stamina required was also very high. Suhayak wasn't expecting an F-rank skill to be able to deal with it to begin with, but that wasn't the skill's limit. Owned points, 10,770. He had more than 10,000 points, which was enough to level up the skill once. Since he'd drawn out the magic sword's power, it was time to level up selfish sacrifice. You've used 10,000 points. The skill level of selfish sacrifice LV1 has increased. Points equivalent to almost all his wealth disappeared with a single click. He checked the skill again after leveling it up. Selfish sacrifice. Hashtag category. Skill.
Cancelletto rank E.
Hashtag LV2. Hashtag suppresses the side effects of skills and items that harm the user. Hashtag points can be used to upgrade the skill's rank and level. Hashtag required points, 20,000 P. 20,000? Even though the rank had only increased by 1, the amount of points required for the next rank had doubled. Did it double after every skill level? If that were the case, then the effects should have also increased accordingly. Let's check it out. Selfish sacrifice LV2 resists the damage from the nameless magic sword. Partial resistance success. Nameless magic sword uses a portion of the user's stamina. Your stats have further increased. Crunch, crack. He felt his muscles contorting and his blood flowing backward. The rush of power from his rapidly increasing stats and the sense of relief were almost euphoric. It works. Since selfish sacrifice had leveled up, using the magic sword was easier. Thanks to that reduced burden, it was also easier to draw out more of the sword's power. Squeeze. He looked at the traps around the room. Training Ground 4 was originally a place a player who just passed the tutorial couldn't even dream of clearing. The traps couldn't be compared to the flimsy tutorial goblins. Suhayak leaped forward, and all of the traps in the room activated, sending projectiles toward him. Swoosh dash. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. About 10 minutes later, Suhayak left the training room before all of the available time had passed. Drip. Blood dripped from his forearm and fell to the floor. He walked with a stagger, and he looked so battered that it seemed he could collapse at any moment. Still, he felt no regrets. Instead, he leaned against the wall and smiled. Whoa! He whispered to himself in joyous awe. It worked. Chapter 7. The training grounds manager was dozing off with his chin resting on his hand. There were training grounds on every floor, and even though there was a first floor, the second one was often considered the lowest floor. Few players visited the training grounds there. On top of that, more players were using the virtual training ground, even though it was more expensive, which left the second floor training grounds largely deserted. Thanks to that, the manager there was often able to nap in such a manner. Tap. Who? The manager, startled by the sound of someone approaching, coughed and raised his head. It wasn't a new customer. Instead, he heard the customer who'd entered training ground 4 about 10 minutes prior staggering away. It isn't time yet. Seeing the customer's unsteady footsteps, the manager clicked his tongue as he watched the customer leave and muttered, "That's why you should have listened to me." He got up from his nap and headed toward the training ground. Though only 10 minutes had passed, it was his job to clean up every training ground after use. Creak. Still not fully awake, he opened the door to training ground 4 and took a look inside. It's probably clean. What could a newbie who just cleared the tutorial do here? The manager's tiredness slipped away when he saw the state of the training ground. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, thinking he might have seen it wrong, but the sight was just as shocking. Ha! He took a step back in surprise, lost his balance, and fell. Instead of standing back up, he sat there for a while, thinking of what he was seeing. Arrows were scattered all over the floor among broken crossbows. The spears rising from the floor were all cut apart, and the walls were marked with sword slashes. In short, Training Ground 4 was in a complete state of ruin. It seemed like it would take him the next few hours to clean it up. What happened here? Rather than someone running through, it was the sight of someone who'd methodically smashed every trap in their path. It meant the player who'd been there hadn't found it a challenge at all. Just who? No matter how much the manager thought about it, he only knew of one person who'd recently entered Training Ground 4. There's no way. Suhayok immediately collapsed after entering his lodging. Maybe it was because he'd used the magic sword and taken his fatigue to the limit, but his whole body ached, and he was a mess. In his exhaustion, he ended up sleeping for half a day straight. After waking up, he hurriedly washed himself and went outside. I'm still a bit stiff. He'd taken things too far the day before, and sleeping for a night wasn't enough to make a full recovery. Kindra's swords were sometimes known to kill their users, after all. Should I be thankful that it ended with just this since the sword is considered a failed product? He stretched his stiff neck and walked to a cafe, where he paid 30 points for a coffee and sat down. I can't believe it actually worked. The quiet morning settled around him, and Suhayok recalled his session at the training grounds the day before as he took a sip of his steaming coffee. Status window. Name: Lee Suhayok. Affiliation: Earth. Level: 10. Strength: 17. Agility: 17. Stamina: 16. Concentration: 18. Magic power: 8. Fatigue: 61. His stats were definitely higher than they should have been for someone who just passed the tutorial, but trying to use one of Kindra's magic swords with 16 stamina was still too much. Under normal conditions, he wouldn't have been able to hold the sword for even a minute. The physical burden significantly decreased, which made it so I could draw out more of the sword's power. He'd been able to use the sword for 3 minutes. It was quite a noticeable increase compared to a minute. Handling a magic sword would have been a struggle for even his past self. Nobody would be able to imagine a second-floor player using one. It was all possible due to selfish sacrifice. This should work. The magic sword and lightning had similar self-harm mechanisms. If he could suppress the burden from the magical sword, he figured he'd also be able to do the same with lightning. Proper use of selfish sacrifice would be like the difference between walking and flying. In the end, it's a problem of level. He checked selfish sacrifice's level, which he'd used almost all of his points to raise.
Cancelletto rank E.
Hashtag LV 2. Hashtag required points 20,000. Normally, he would have never spared an E-rank skill a second glance. The shop after the tutorial even had some B-rank skills among the 2,000 point options after all. In the end, it's about money. 10,000 points wasn't much, but it was a significant amount for someone who'd just done the tutorial. All of it had evaporated in an instant. If he wanted the skill to get better, he needed 20,000 points. He had almost 0 points, and it was highly unlikely he'd find someone willing to lend money to a second-floor player. The better the skill's effect, the more points you must invest. Right now, it can't even handle a single, rare-rank magic sword, let alone lightning. Selfish sacrifice was one of the hard-to-come-by growth-type skills. Moreover, the only way to make it grow was through points. In other words, he needed to make money. Not just a little, but a huge amount. I never imagined I'd worry about something like this. Suhayok sighed and looked out the window. In his past life as part of Blue Eyes, he'd never had to worry about such a thing. Back then, he even earned points passively. ****. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. *****. At the time, he could have probably earned many more points if he were interested. Unfortunately, things had changed. What could I do to earn more money? It was hard to accept he had to think about points before raising stats or obtaining skills. He gradually looked more and more frustrated as he stared out the window. Finally, he confidently muttered, "Nothing." He couldn't think of anything. Had he ever worried about things like that? He'd earned points for doing nothing before, and most of his items had been directly earned, so why would he know anything about earning points? Why points, of all things? What's this, a game? Soon, that frustration turned into complaints. Why was it asking him to spend money? I can earn points by going up and clearing dungeons, but getting there would take way too long. What Suhayok wanted to know was more immediate. If he regained his former strength, he would be able to earn a lot of points, but that was far off. He needed another way. It seemed impossible to think of one on his own, so he decided to borrow knowledge from others and took out his player kit. "Do you want to search how to earn points?" Something immediately came up. It seemed many people searched for the same thing. Earn points even while sleeping. Easily earn 10,000 points a month. Earn points with a side job. Healthy point betting. With this, I earned 100,000 points. Guaranteed high income. Only the first 3 people. The first articles to catch his attention were all aimed at tricking the gullible. Most of those posts were made by pyramid scheme fraudsters. Fortunately, even though he didn't know how to earn points, he had enough common sense to filter those guys out. There's nothing useful. The only method he could think of was climbing the tower. As long as he passed the trials and climbed the tower, he could receive points just as he had after the tutorial. Of course, from the second floor, you also had to pay points to participate in each trial. So there's no other way? Just when he was about to close his player kit, a certain article caught Suhayok's eye. This is the age of players. 1 out of 10 players reveal that they have tried streaming before. Streaming? When he thought about it, he had heard of it before. 20 years prior, back when he was active, he'd heard of players transmitting their personal streams on a certain site. Even his new self seemed to know about it a bit. Players is a major website recognized by the system. He thought to himself, roughly understanding the structure after researching more information. It wasn't hard to understand since it was similar to something he knew from his past life. This is very similar to YouTube. After he read more about streaming, he could smell the money. No, in that world, it was called points. Suhayok's eyes sparkled. Although it was a bit bothersome, it seemed like he'd found a way. "Oh, what?
Suyeok?"
A customer entered the cafe and happily called out to Suhayok as he approached. "Did you come up too?" The man's long, blonde hair reached his shoulders. He had distinct features and a delicate-looking face, but his eyes were fierce. Suhayok's excited heart suddenly sank as he realized the man before him harbored hostility. "It's good to see you. I didn't think I'd find you here. It seems that you're staying nearby." Without even asking for permission, the man sat in front of Suhayok. How rude. Feeling the situation was unpleasant, Suhayok frowned and examined the man's face. Where have I seen him before? It felt like it was just on the edge of his memory. Of course, it wasn't really his memory. It was the memory of the man who'd originally owned his body. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why are you doing this? I just don't like your name, you bastard. Okay? My name. Yes, your name.
Le Suyeok?
You have the same name as that bastard who died. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. A scene flashed in his mind along with the name of the man sitting before him. Isaac. Suhayok awkwardly scratched his head as memories surfaced. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, he felt some guilt. Was it because of me? Since Isaac didn't like the name, whether he was a fan or hater, the man had bullied the original owner of Suhayok's body. His hands shook slightly. I'm staying in the building next to this. Suhayok looked into Isaac's eyes while his hands involuntarily shook. The guy was still smiling. When had he last received such a look? It was a look of disdain. Really? That's interesting. I didn't think a buffoon like you would be able to pass the tutorial. I figured even a single goblin would be too much for you. Isaac had gone to the same educational institution as Suhayok, inherited a great talent from his famous ranker father, and received ample support. I was lucky, Suhayok answered in annoyance. Considering his age, he couldn't afford to waste his breath arguing with a young kid. Had he taken his words at face value? With a self-satisfied expression evident on his face, Isaac started to boast. I went up to stage 20. I even surpassed my father's record. Hugo praised me a lot. Ah, really? As a reward, I learned a skill. Isaac kept chattering. Suhayok pretended to listen, the words passing through one ear and out the other. He had no intention of taking revenge for something that didn't happen to him. Anyway, he had already graduated from the institution, so there wouldn't be many opportunities to get involved with Isaac in the future. Hey, I got thirsty after talking so much. Buy me a cup of tea. That was the line. Suhayok, who'd been listening to Isaac with a nonchalant expression, suddenly sharpened his gaze. Aren't you rich? Buy it yourself. Every point Suhayok had was very precious to him. Chapter 8. It might have just been a cup of tea, but Suhayok couldn't tolerate the other man trying to take advantage of him when he was very sensitive about points. Does he think points come out of thin air? Maybe Isaac didn't have to worry about points due to his father, but it was a different matter for Suhayok. He needed to save every point possible so he could focus on leveling his skill. Isaac's expression turned cold when he saw Suhayok's defiant look. Are you declining? Does this look like a yes? Suhayok asked. How disappointing. What's the point of being friends if you can't even buy me a cup of tea? Friends. Suhayok's lips crept into a smile. All he could do was laugh at such a shameless remark. Don't make me laugh. Oh. Isaac's eyes twitched. He hadn't been expecting such a reaction. What's going on? He hadn't expected to be cut off in such a manner. Suhayok wasn't acting like the man he knew. No, the problem wasn't just the man's reaction. Suhayok leisurely drank his tea while not even giving him a second glance. It was as if he didn't matter at all. Hey? Isaac's voice and atmosphere turned aggressive, leaving any semblance of his playful act behind. His magic flared up. Do you think passing the tutorial changed anything? Things have changed, of course. Suhayok placed his coffee on the table and asked, Are you curious enough to test it? Clack. He had no intention of getting involved in a childish fight, but if Isaac kept trying to antagonize him, then things would be different. No matter how young Isaac was, there was a limit to his patience. For a while, Isaac gave Suhayok a menacing glare. The atmosphere was so tense that it wouldn't have been unexpected if he unleashed magic at any moment. Forget about it. In the end, Isaac looked deflated and stood. What's the point of hanging around with someone as lowly as you? We're not even in the same class anymore. Top? He patted Suhayok's shoulder and headed for the cafe door. As a former friend, let me give you a piece of advice. I know you're excited about passing the tutorial, but you're going to get yourself killed without notice if you keep it up. Suhayok raised his middle finger at Isaac's back. Friend. He clicked his tongue and downed his cooled coffee in one gulp, the bitter liquid flowing over his tongue. Isaac's insincere mention of friend reverberated through Suhayok's chest for some reason. Of course, it wasn't just because of Isaac. A real friend is... Faces flashed through his mind. Minjae Suhin Jiang. He remembered the man who'd taken a spear for him, the one who was blown away by magic, and the friend who'd lost their limbs. He could still vividly imagine their faces. Though 20 years had passed for everyone else, it was just a few days for him. They had died for him, but more than that, they were his friends. Damn it, Suhayok muttered, feeling weird as he looked at where Isaac had been. If you dare bother me again, you better be prepared. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. There were two main ways in which a player could grow. First, they could pass the trial and move up to the next floor. Whenever a player passed one of the trials, they naturally grew. Though taking in trial cost points, they were guaranteed safety and didn't have to worry about death. The second way a player could grow was by hunting monsters outside the safe zone or clearing dungeons to increase stats and gain experience. If done well, a player could even earn points. Unlike the trials, hunting meant risking your life. Many players avoided hunting because not many were willing to risk their lives to save some points. There's nothing as slow as the safe route and nothing as quick as the dangerous path. Thud. A drop of water fell from the cave's ceiling onto Suhayok's hand. He'd entered a dungeon and just finished hunting. The nest of orcs was dead, and he took time to catch his breath. Thud. I should get a separate sword. I can't handle such fatigue levels. Magic swords continuously drained a user's stamina, even when not activated. He had selfish sacrifice to help, but the drain was still troublesome. It's fortunate that I leveled up. Most would consider it a madman's errand to solo a dungeon. At least that was the usual case. Typically, dungeons were tackled by parties of around 10 people, and multiple guilds had gotten involved with the Hydra dungeon. As expected, it's possible. He was confident he could handle it. Not only did he have a rare rank item, but he also had a skill that allowed him to use it more easily. Above all else, though, he was Lee Suhayok. Was there any other explanation needed? It was almost disappointing that he couldn't find any dungeons with a higher rank. I guess I have no choice but to go up. All that remained was the boss fight. During his break, Suhayok pulled out his player kit. He wanted to get used to streams before challenging the next trial. He'd concluded that streaming was the quickest way to earn points, but he still didn't know much about it and watched it first. He used his kit to enter a player's channel so he could watch another Earthling stream. Wow! Friends, it's Bald Suhayok today. Finally, we're going to take on the notorious Demon's Cave. 4th floor. Here I go. The streamer was wearing a mask similar to Suhayok's and acting funny. Even his clothes were similar to what Suhayok used to wear. How many people are using this concept? The streamer, who went by the name Bald Suhayok, had just reached the end of the 3rd floor. No, you're the only one struggling. It feels like I've already seen this. You're right. This is his 8th try. Finally, he's at it again. Bald Hyung's just doing what he always does. The chat window quickly filled. It was incredible that he'd fail the 3rd floor's trial 8 times. So people can fail this. Suhayok, who was always surrounded by his fellow Blue Eyes members, was shocked. You guys like sensitivity. Pretend you don't know. Let's act as if this were my first try. Reported for stream manipulation. Whoa! Finally, the 4th floor. Is this how we should do it, Hyung? This guy will die here. He won't get past the 3rd floor. Don't kill our Bald Hyung's spirit with such mean comments. He absolutely won't be able to do it. Despite his long career as a streamer, the man was still stuck on the 3rd floor. Bald Idiot has registered a mission. 10,000 points if you pass on the first try. Suhayok's eyes sparkled. 10,000? It was a considerable number of points. Were they going to give the bald streamer so many points just if he passed in trial? Mr. Bald Idiot, I don't know why you've chosen such an ID, but thanks for the mission. This time, I'll really pass the trial and recover the test fee. I Love Baldy has registered a mission. 5,000 if you pass it on the first try. Poor Wallet has registered a mission. If this guy passes, I'll burn my hands. I'm going to add 2,500 points. Safe Asset has registered a mission. 2,500 US dollars. I'm going to add another 2,500 points to make it 20,000. Whoa! Suhayok's eyes widened in surprise. The missions for the streamer amounted to 20,000 points. If he were in the streamer's place, he could immediately pass and raise selfish sacrifices level again. Of course, one had to pass the mission, but that wouldn't have been a problem for Suhayok. This trial is very easy. Streamer Bald Suhayok had decided to challenge the trial without looking at the viewer's chat, but the result was still bad. Suhayok couldn't help but frown. Why can't he do it? If it were the man's 8th attempt, it was impossible for him to not be somewhat proficient, right? Still, somehow it looked like it was the man's initial try. What kind of nonsense is he doing with my name? He could no longer bear to watch it. In fact, Suhayok had the urge to toss his player kit away. In the end, bald Suhayok failed. He ended up being pierced through the head with an arrow and was eliminated from the trial, which resulted in him being summoned back to the trial hall on the 3rd floor. That's too bad. Still, I improved a lot, right guys? LOL. My assets are still safe. Good job. Agree. Young Nim, just stop. That was really close. Get the traitor. I wish people who disgrace the name of Lee Suhayok like this guy would disappear. If I were Lee Suhayok. Get this overly serious guy. Ugh. Suhayok sighed as he watched the stream. He'd been watching different streams over the past few days and was certain about something. This can make someone a lot of money. Points were used as currency in the tower, and streaming was a great way to earn those points. The bald Suhayok streamer he'd just seen had over 100,000 viewers. Contrary to his concept, he was a successful streamer not because of his skills but because of how entertaining he was. Suhayok was known to be the greatest player in history. The point of the bald imitator's stream was the stark contrast between them. I can't do something like this. It doesn't suit me. There were several types of streamers. Comedy streamers had to make the viewers laugh. One needed to have an eye-catching appearance and talk with the chat a lot. There were also players who streamed dungeon raids or trials. Finally, there were those who combined the three. Streaming, Suhayok wanted to show everyone his skill. A few days later, after running through dungeons and getting used to how streams worked, Suhayok took out the mask he'd thrown into a corner of his inventory and covered his face. Over the past few days, he'd been thinking about the concept he'd use. Interesting. With his face covered by the mask, he headed toward the mirror on one side of the wall. His youthful face was covered, so he saw the Suhayok from his memory. I never thought I'd use this again. His dark eyes shone. He started it because he needed points, but since he was going to do it, he thought he should do it properly. He walked past the mirror and headed out of his room. Some might point fingers at him, saying he was imitating Lee Suhayok. So what though? It didn't matter what others thought. After all, Lee Suhayok has started streaming. I'm the real one. Chapter 9. Crunch. A woman player from Murim, Unhyang chewed on a walnut while watching the screen. Are they dumb? How can't they pass this with 5 people? She sighed in disappointment. Chongryang, who was also watching from next to Unhyang, asked, Who is it this time? A streamer named Sangbak. He's currently challenging the 5th floor. Sangbak? Isn't he that Lee Suhayok knockoff? Or is he back Suhayok's knockoff? I don't know. Maybe he's a mixture of both. She put another walnut in her mouth and turned off the stream. Crunch. I don't know why they're streaming when they're so bad, she complained. Streaming isn't just about skills. Don't be too biased. With that mindset, you won't be able to do this job, Chongryang warned. They were employees of Balhi Entertainment. High-ranking players and popular streamers held influence akin to that of a celebrities, and it was their job to maximize influence for more points. As for the two of them, they were tasked with contacting such streamers. Still, shouldn't they be above a certain standard? You shouldn't judge people based on your standards alone. Cheonryang reached for the walnut Unhyang was eating. Honestly, I still don't understand why you're here doing this job. Among the many players from Murim, Unhyang was one of the ones who stood out the most. She'd quickly reached the 8th floor and had enough talent to go higher, but she'd suddenly stopped. One day, is your company hiring? She'd abruptly shown up at the company, saying she wanted a job. Why don't you go higher? You seem like you could reach the top if you wanted, Cheonryang said. Unhyang sighed. Because it's no fun. Fun? Is that the agony of being a genius? Are you making fun of me? No way. Cheonryang shrugged and ended the conversation on a light note. Even if they took the conversation further, she would never reveal her true feelings. She wanted to go up to meet Lee Suhayok. Of course, she would feel bored. The moment she stopped climbing and lost interest in the world was when Lee Soo-hyuk's death was revealed. It was a pity. As an old friend and as a player, seeing Eun-hyang's talent rot away seemed like too much of a waste. What? This guy? Eun-hyang suddenly frowned, speaking in a voice tinged with displeasure. Cheon-ryang asked, "What? Is there a strange guy?"
Ale Suyeok y Metate.
Another one? Cheon-ryang got up and looked at the stream Eun-hyang was watching. Sure enough, the stream showed a newbie streamer using the name Lee Soo-hyuk. It was a stream with 0 viewers. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Why? Hey, why are you watching someone stream when they have no viewers?" Balhee was an entertainment company that contacted streamers who had many viewers and collaborated with them to make money. So why was she watching someone who had not a single viewer? "What do you want me to do? It just popped up before me," Eun-hyang mumbled. "That's because you always watch streams with Lee Soo-hyuk involved. So related videos pop up." Cheon-ryang sighed. Eun-hyang, unaware of Cheon-ryang's frustration, grumbled as if she were in a bad mood. "It's really funny. I don't understand where they get such confidence from." She was a fan of Soo-hyuk. Not only that, but she was extremely enthusiastic about him. That's why she watched all streams related to Lee Soo-hyuk, regardless of the number of viewers. "Then just don't watch it," Cheon-ryang said. "Do you think I'm watching because I want to? Listen, I understand how you feel, but personal emotions are prohibited in our job, especially when it comes to contacting streamers." "I know, but..." Eun-hyang trailed off and looked at the new Lee Soo-hyuk streamer who had appeared on her kit screen. "Whenever they wear that mask, I can't help but have expectations. If they were going to do it, shouldn't they at least be good enough to not disappoint her?" Cheon-ryang closed eyes and thought, "Yes, let's think positively. It wasn't that there wasn't anyone to have imitated Soo-hyuk and done well. Before she entered the company, there was one player who had caught her attention. Yes, there are people like Cha Min-woo in the world. He began wearing a mask from the 3rd floor, right?" Eun-hyang nodded. Cha Min-woo was the fastest player to climb the tower among those who'd started in the last 10 years. He'd climbed so quickly that people often said he was at the level of an average Blue Eyes member already. Eun-hyang also acknowledged his skills, but Lee Soo-hyuk's still the best. He can't be compared to. As expected, that man still couldn't be compared to Lee Soo-hyuk. Eun-hyang focused on the stream. Viewers. 1. She became Lee Soo-hyuk's first viewer. *****. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Torches on the ceilings and walls lit the humid, stuffy air of the huge cave Soo-hyuk found himself summoned to. He caught his breath at the familiar spell. The 2nd floor's first trial is starting. Pass through the beginnings dungeon and escape. You can earn achievement points based on how many monsters you defeat. The first trial of the 2nd floor's beginnings dungeon was to catch monsters inside the dungeon and escape. Since it was the starting point of the lower floors, the trial itself was simple. So it's finally starting. Normally, Soo-hyuk wouldn't be nervous about such trials. His nervousness was for another reason, though. Rather than being worried about failing on the 2nd floor, Lee Soo-hyuk has started streaming. Viewers, 0. He had started streaming for the first time as soon as the trial began. Maybe that was why he had no viewers yet. Well, one couldn't expect to be full after the first bite. No one wanted to watch a newbie player who had just taken their first step. Soo-hyuk put on the mask. "Let's move for now." He began walking through the damp and quiet dungeon. One could doubt whether there were monsters there at all. Tap, tap. He walked slowly, keeping himself alert. All he heard were his own footsteps. His vision narrowed within the dim lighting of the cave, making his other senses sharper. That limited visibility was why the 2nd floor's trial was often done in teams. Something should appear soon. Which floor is this? Suhayak's eyes shone when words began appearing in the lower corner of his vision. Viewers. 4. His viewer count suddenly went up to 4. As expected, choosing Lee Suhayak as his theme was the right choice. It's the second floor. Do people start streaming from the second floor these days? I've seen some. Most of them quickly quit because of no viewers. I guess people from the lower floors don't stream much. When thought about it, he'd never seen a newbie player from below the third floor streaming. Even if their skills were lacking, most were players who had reached at least the fourth floor. Naturally, it was rare to see someone streaming on the second floor. This guy's brave. To think he'd start streaming with the Lee Suhayak theme from the second floor. If you know, then why did you come here? Because it's fun. Also, I used to be a fan of Lee Suhayak. Ah, you too? Hey, so was I, lol. Another viewer had suddenly joined. 5 viewers. Although there weren't many people, the chat was very active with conversation about Lee Suhayak. What? He wasn't expecting that. He just chose the theme to attract an audience. Were they my fans? He felt a bit flustered and embarrassed to see the chat blooming with stories about himself. 20 years prior, Suhayak was so focused on climbing the tower that he never had the chance to communicate with fans. Is this the first try? Yes, this is my first try. Whoa, a fresh newbie. First? This is actually better. The viewers seemed to find it interesting that he was a perfect beginner who had just passed the tutorial. Of course, there were some kind-hearted viewers who were worried about Suhayak. Are you going to be okay? What do you mean? Is it okay to stream already? If it's the second floor, this should be the beginnings dungeon. That means those dark places. If you've defeated a one-eyed bat, you've earned 1 achievement point. He suddenly thrust the sword he was holding upward and pierced the eye of a monster flying overhead. It was a one-eyed bat, which was as big as a fist. You're right. They appear out of nowhere, he casually said. Hey? What was that? Can't you tell? It was a one-eyed bat. Who doesn't know that? How did he do that? It seemed like it just flew into the sword on its own. What incredible luck. The chat window erupted in an instant. Suhayak shook off the one-eyed bat stuck on his sword onto the ground and checked the chat. It's a monster called a one-eyed bat. They suddenly come from dark places. That's right, if one bites you, you'll at least suffer a severe injury. They usually come from above, just like now. You can't just look ahead and walk. Bits of advice poured in. Suhayak nodded as he read the chat, but he couldn't follow all of it. Besides the one-eyed bats, one should also be careful of ground mermaids. Ground mermaids were a type of fish that lay flat on the cave's floor. Although they looked like fish, they crawled on the ground. Ground mermaids are less noticeable. After all, they usually lie flat on the floor, waiting for prey. Toe? Isn't this your first try? These days, there's a lot of information on the channels. You can easily find such information with a little research. Thumbs up for the effort. Most of Suhayak's viewers were also players who had passed the second floor trial and moved up. That's why they were quite knowledgeable about how to pass the trial. Of course, don't be greedy and move with your team. That's the answer. None of them had taken the trial by themselves like Suhayak was doing. Thank you for your advice, Mr. I Love Money. But I can't do that. I'm challenging this by myself. Alone? Oh-huh? Didn't you do any research? You're screwed. Oh. This is what I call a real newbie. Oh. There was a heated reaction to Suhayak's revelation. It was understandable. After all, the second floor's trial was designed for a 5-person party. He'd have to do the work of 5 people, so one couldn't simply say it was 5 times harder. In fact, less than 5 people had ever passed the second floor's trial alone, making it extremely difficult. Mister, will you be really okay? I Love Money sent another message asking him if he would really be okay. Suhayak swung his sword and replied, Yes, I want to give it a try. You've defeated a ground mermaid. You've earned 2 achievement points. Thank you for your concern. The waiting ground mermaid's head fell from its neck. A ground mermaid? Did anyone see that thing? I didn't. There was a ground mermaid, but now it's gone. Question marks flooded the chat again. The number of viewers increased to 6. Chapter 10. 6 people. Suhayak's eyes shone. His number of viewers steadily increased, probably because new ones were arriving and none were leaving. Ground mermaids rarely move alone. /. Suhayak's sword decapitated another mermaid. You've defeated a ground mermaid. You've earned 2 achievement points. Not only must you be careful of the ground, but you should also watch the walls. These guys stick to the stones, not the ground. He slashed at a seemingly featureless wall, and another ground mermaid died. Again? It wasn't a coincidence? Isn't this your first try? Once could be a coincidence, but 2 or 3 times was something else. He easily found the ground mermaids and beheaded them with a single strike each, so the reaction was quite explosive. What happened? Why are you all reacting like that? Didn't you see the 1-strike ground mermaid kill? Wasn't it a fluke? He already one-shot 2 of them. Could it be that the one-eyed bat from before? No way. He wasn't even paying attention to the ceiling. Though there were only 6 people, the chat was quite active. Suhayak's feats were just that fascinating. For now, I'll keep heading inside. He couldn't remain still if he wanted to beat his past record and impress his viewers. Naturally, since he was aiming for a skill-based stream, he needed to continue. If you're alone, it's better to slow down a bit. Yes, if you keep going straight, the numbers are going to increase a lot. I'm starting to get excited. The viewers weren't fools. Those who'd been watching since he killed the first one-eyed bat gradually started to have expectations of him. Isn't he going too fast? You're right. Be careful. I'm starting to get nervous just from watching. Monsters that appeared in the beginning's dungeon could be largely categorized into 2 types: one-eyed bats and ground mermaids. Neither of them were particularly strong monsters. No matter how lacking your stats were, most people could solo them. There was another reason they were dangerous, though. You never knew when or where they would appear. When you look at this, it looks like it's his first try. He's doing it alone, so that's a given. He's a total newbie. Thud. Suhayak suddenly halted his rapid walk, turned, and swung his sword to decapitate 2 one-eyed bats in one go. Then he jumped upward. GRK-. The ground mermaid made a grotesque sound and looked surprised in the instant before it was decapitated. /. The monster's head flew into the sky, and the heads of the 2 bats and the mermaid all hit the ground at nearly the same time as Suhayak landed. Thud. Thud. You've defeated a one-eyed bat. X2. You've earned 2 achievement points. You've defeated a ground mermaid. What just happened? What? What? Did something just happen? Something's happening. The viewers didn't understand what was going on and sent confused chats. 3 monsters had died in an instant. Not only that, but they had been killed with such a smooth movement that it looked like a single stroke. They came from above and below at the same time. They must be on the same team despite being different species. It was amazing that Suhayak had been able to smoothly react to an attack that even large parties would have fallen victim to. Let's say that the ground mermaid is understandable, but how did you know about the one-eyed bats? A viewer, who no longer thought it was a coincidence, asked a question. Suhayak explained it. If you focus on the sound, you can tell where they are coming from and how many there are. A what? Well, theoretically, that's true, but come on, who doesn't know that? It wasn't that they didn't understand the explanation. One-eyed bats were monsters that suddenly appeared in the darkness, which was why you needed to rely on the sounds they made. One-eyed bats move and muffle their sounds like assassins. However, when they're about to fall from the ceiling, there's a second, distinct sound they make that allows you to determine their direction. Grab. Cough. Suhayak reached out to the side and caught a one-eyed bat as it flew toward him. Their weak point is the eye. If you stab the eye, they will instantly die. To show the eye was the weak point, he first subdued the monster before stabbing it in the eye. Stab. Suhayak then dropped the monster to the ground and said, "Like this. Who doesn't know that? You deceived us. You're a veteran. We also know that." We do, but I think I could do that. What floor are you on? The 4th. If you reached that far and couldn't do this, you'd be an idiot. This guy's stating the obvious. Exactly, Does he not know why everyone's surprised? Suhayok saw the chat and asked, "You couldn't do this on the 2nd floor?" Usually, no. On the 2nd floor, your stats should be low, so your vision is still narrow. That's why most can't. Maybe starting from the 3rd floor? I'm on the 3rd floor now, and there are plenty of people who can't do this. But it's easy. Normally, it would be impossible. Players are all about talent. Didn't you know? This guy nailed the concept. It feels like I'm seeing Lee Suhayok during his newbie days. You crossed the line, right? Comparing him to Lee Suhayok just because he hunted some bats is a bit... What did this person do? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. So most people wouldn't be able to do this? Suhayok thought to himself. He didn't think he'd done anything impressive. After all, it wasn't like he'd hunted dozens of goblins and killed an orc king by using the goblin's poison, like in the tutorial. He'd just hunted a few one-eyed bats and ground mermaids. He didn't expect such a reaction. Can't most people do at least this much? Suhayok had always been surrounded by capable people. All of his colleagues in Blue Eyes were top-tier players. Thus, he hadn't known anyone incapable of at least what he was doing. How strange. Ha ha ha. It seems that he doesn't understand. Oh. Well, we don't understand you, so... The chat was active. Suhayok checked the number of viewers. Viewers? 10. He was in the double digits, new people were coming in and no one was leaving. That meant everyone was focused on him. Achievement points? 10. After confirming the points he'd earned, Suhayok said, "So I'm at 10 points?" It was disappointing to him since he wanted to gather as many points as possible before leaving the dungeon. If you're already at 10 points, you've gathered a lot. With this much, he might be able to clear the dungeon alone. Is this person alone? Seeing new viewers confused is funny. Oh, didn't you guys also just enter? Thinking that he'd already earned that much wasn't unreasonable. After all, the goal was survival. The dungeon was meant to confirm a player's minimum skills before they took the trial. If that goal changed from survival to hunting, it was a whole other story. That's why Suhayok didn't go back. Instead, he began looking for places with more monsters. Come to think of it, he keeps going farther in. He's recklessly charging ahead, lol. Didn't you investigate before coming? If you keep going in, it will be dangerous. If you keep going straight, squeak, 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 squeak. As soon as people began sending worried chats, a bunch of sounds were heard. The cave's passage widened out, and a stench wafted into Suhayok's nose. The one-eyed bats hanging upside down from the ceiling opened their eyes, and red glows appeared everywhere. See? I knew this would happen. He's done. See you in the next try. That part of the dungeon with the dozens of one-eyed bats was known as a player graveyard. There are a lot. Thinking that he'd gone to the right place, Suhayok smiled. So far, he'd been upset by how only one or two appeared at a time. In his eyes, the many enemies looked like a large amount of points. On top of that, my personal small stream has registered a mission. 100 points if you catch them all. Though there were only a few viewers, a mission already appeared. Suhayok's eyes sparkled. It wasn't a lot of money, but it wasn't bad for just starting. LOL. You evil bastard, LOL. Seriously. Of course, the mission was registered just to tease him. He didn't care, though he'd gone all the way there to earn points anyway. My personal small stream, thank you for the 100 points. Suhayok expressed his thanks in advance as he approached the bats. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Arg. You idiot. Bang. Chongriang, who'd been watching the stream, slammed her hands on the desk. She was usually known for being calm and composed, but she had a reason for losing her cool. Damn it. Why did someone who's been doing well up to the 6th floor suddenly have to fail here? Huh. Players had a gambling section where one could gamble on whether a huge streamer would complete a mission or on the outcome of events. There were many ways to gamble in Players. Chongyang was quite serious about gambling, even during work. Were you gambling again instead of working? Startled by Unhyang's question, Chongyang tried to defend himself. This is part of my work. Is watching streams all that there is to your work? Aren't you watching it for gambling purposes? Unhyang might have been obsessed with all Lee Suhyok-related streams, but Chongyang had his own problems with gambling while working. Both of them were huge headaches for the company, but they each thought the other was the problem. Just stop. Didn't you lose your salary again on that bet? Wait, there's still one left. You made more than one bet? Unhyang gave the man a pitiful look. Ignoring Unhyang's gaze, Chongyang stared at his player kit again. Ha! The team leader should know about this. Unhyang turned her gaze back to the screen. Both were focusing on their respective streams again. A few minutes later, Chongyang, who'd been staring at the player kit, suddenly stood up. Yes, to think you'd save me? He shouted without realizing it before casting Unhyang a cautious look. He'd just been reprimanded, but then he started celebrating earning points. Usually, she would have thrown one of her walnuts at him, but she isn't getting angry? For some reason, there was no reaction. Oh! She wasn't even bringing the walnut she'd been holding to her mouth. Was something wrong? Chongyang carefully approached Unhyang and asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Crazy. Huh? Me? Even though he'd been slacking off, wasn't calling him crazy a bit harsh? He realized that Unhyang's gaze was fixed on the player kit in her hand. What? She's still watching that stream? She was still watching the second floor player who'd just started streaming using the Lee Suhyok theme. Chongyang turned his head to Unhyang's screen. What they? Chongyang couldn't help but be just as shocked as Unhyang when he saw Suhyok break through the center of a dungeon that was purposely designed to be impossible to survive. Just how many did he kill by himself? Chapter 11. Sash. Wings fluttered like thin sheets of paper and tickled the ear while Suhyok's sword elegantly changed direction, as if he were a performing acrobat. It was like he intended to make it one continuous swing from the start. Swish. Suhyok. What you do is fascinating. He remembered something Kim Saiwoo had said long ago. You must have changed the sword's direction in the middle, but your breath stayed the same. My breath. It seems like you intended to swing the sword consistently, without any breaks or pauses. How do you do that? Changing the direction of a sword would typically slow you down, and even a moment of hesitation would cause a break in flow, but Suhyok moved naturally, as if it were all planned from the start. It simply wasn't something he could teach someone else. I just can. Whoa, so annoying. Isn't it strange to not be able to do it? Most people can't. So you're an ordinary person, huh? He almost could hear Kim Saiwoo cursing his subtle mockery. The type of weapon didn't matter. Whether it was a sword, a spear, or anything that could be held and swung, it made no difference. As long as he knew where the attack was coming from, there were no blind spots. Suhyok spoke to the viewers while cutting down the bats. When dealing with multiple one-eyed bats, you must give up on aiming for each one's eye. Swish. Again, with a single swing, he beheaded 2 of the creatures. You've defeated a one-eyed bat X2. You've earned 2 achievement points. The one-eyed bats mainly attack by biting and sucking blood. In other words, they have to stick their heads out. As soon as he finished speaking, Suhyok's other hand grabbed one of the bats by the neck. Snap! Just like this. The tip of his sword pierced the bat's eye. Thud! Crack! Blood poured over his hand, and Suhyok pulled his sword from the bat's head as he continued to speak. Don't try to do this. If you can't grab them properly, you'll get bitten. What the? Weren't you a newbie? Weren't you a newbie? Weren't you a newbie? Something is happening. It already happened. Am I really getting a lecture from a second floor player as a fourth floor player? I'm also on the 4th floor and got chills from what I just saw. Viewers. 19. It had been quite some time since he started hunting in the center of the dungeon, and viewers continued to pile up without anyone leaving. Most viewers reacted in one of the following two ways. They either were surprised or doubted the stream itself. This is 100% fake. How can a second floor player do this? Because he can't do it for real. He went down from a higher floor to act. I can also slice one-eyed bats and ground mermaids, lol. Seeing as he didn't share his progress, it's definitely fake. I guess this is his 20th try. Is this a show with a dungeon pro concept? Lol. Suhayok didn't feel particularly offended by such comments. Under normal circumstances, he might have felt otherwise. They're kind of right. What they had said was true in a way. No, it wasn't enough. They thought a decent veteran player had gone down from a higher floor to make an imitation stream. He was the real deal, though. Lee Suhayok himself. Stab. He pierced the last ground mermaid's neck. After passing through the swamp area, deep inside the dungeon, Suhayok was finally able to catch his breath. Ha! Mister, you need to collect your mission reward. Suhayok realized he'd forgotten about the mission. Ah, right? He was doing it to earn money, after all. He'd subjugated the one-eyed bats and the ground mermaids in the swamp area, so he'd already completed the mission. How do I do this? Even after completing the mission, he didn't know how to claim the reward. LOL. He might have the skills, but he's definitely a newbie when it comes to streaming. Suhayok's still a baby. He's a baby, but he's a baby indeed, LMAO. Unlike when he was hunting, he seemed clumsy in things related to streaming. You need to click on the mission at the top of the chat window to claim it. Following the advice, Suhayok claimed the mission reward. You've completed the mission. You've received 100 points from my personal small stream. It was the first donation he received since starting the stream. It wasn't a large amount, but it still was meaningful. This is just the first step. As his stream grew, the missions and donations would probably increase. It was a small stream with less than 20 viewers, but once the number increased to 2,000 or 20,000, things would change. How do I share the trial status? Second floor, Beginnings Dungeon. Pass through the Beginnings Dungeon and escape. Attempts, 1. Participants, 1. Achievement points earned, 151. Was it because Suhayok mentioned the keyword? The trial details were displayed before his eyes. Whoa, 151 points. What the? He hasn't left the dungeon yet? Where are the people who said he was faking things? LOL. So this really is his first try. About 1 million question marks. The system's trial details couldn't be manipulated. It was the most definite proof that Suhayok was taking the second floor trial for the first time. Unless one had died and been reborn, no upper floor player could take the trial again. Why did this suddenly appear? I'm suddenly confused, With streaming, he's still a baby. Cute. He's a baby, but after indicating your intent to share, you just have to say, share the trial situation. Ah, thanks for the explanation. It was something he would have to use frequently for the viewer's enjoyment. Suhayok memorized the command and started moving again. 151 points? Not bad. Most trials were usually conducted in teams, which decreased the difficulty. However, by doing that, you earned much fewer points. That's why, in his previous life, Suhayok only managed to earn about 100 points before leaving this dungeon. If he became satisfied with that, it would take him 100 years to get revenge on Kim Il-soo. I'm looking forward to it. From the moment Suhayok set foot in the dungeon, he had one goal. I wonder how many points that guy will give. Squeak. He grabbed the handle of the magic sword hanging from his waist. It was time for the finale of the Beginnings Dungeon. Even so, he needed to hold back on drawing the magic sword. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Ilify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Kaya Dash. Unhyang, who was watching the screen absent-mindedly, let out a high-pitched scream. Chongriang, who was watching the test with her, stepped back, startled. What was that for? Crazy. He's absolutely crazy, she mumbled in excitement. She was watching Suhayok cut down ground mermaids. He hadn't stopped once since the trial began. It was hard to believe that he was a beginner taking the trial for the first time. He'd already earned more than 200 achievement points. After Suhayok dealt with another wave of monsters, Unhyang turned to Chongriyang and asked, "Isn't this unbelievable? Have you ever seen someone like him? How many points is he going to earn by himself?" "Hey, calm down." "How am I supposed to calm down? This is seriously amazing." Unhyang, unable to calm down, abruptly stood and stomped her feet. Chongriyang broke into a cold sweat while checking the numbers. He also couldn't believe it. It's amazing. To think he'd achieve such a score on his initial solo attempt. Usually, one quickly failed their first trial. The ground mermaids and one-eyed bats in the beginning's dungeon were adept at ambushes, and most players, despite knowing that, couldn't deal with them. That's why the average number of attempts it took to clear the dungeon was 4. Has there ever been someone who passed this by themselves? And on the first try, on top of that, as a scout, he had information on many players. Some had soloed the second-floor dungeon, but they were mostly veterans who had challenged the dungeon dozens of times to set records. It wasn't that they had recorded a score as high as Suhayok's. This is really something else. He felt a chill run down his spine. He even thought that history might be being written before his eyes. Whether Unhyang knew his thoughts or not, she couldn't contain her excitement and kept talking about the test. "Do you see how he uses the sword? He cut down 2 one-eyed bats and a ground mermaid with a single strike, without using any skills." She was visibly excited, as if she'd met her first love again. "Where's he from?" Earth, right? Wow, Earthlings are really amazing. He's even named Lee Suhayok." "Stop babbling, my ears hurt." "Are you ignoring Lee Suhayok? Hey, don't you know I'm a second-generation fan?" "Clap." Unhyang clapped her hands loudly. "Isn't it perfect? He's hiding his face with a mask. His name is Lee Suhayok, and he has amazing skills." Since she was one of Suhayok's fans, seeing him in action was like rain during a drought. His name, concept, and skills, Unhyang couldn't help but be excited. "You saw it too, right? He's really amazing. It's as if Lee Suhayok has been reincarnated." "Hey, can you do something about your tone?" I'm feeling dizzy." "Chongriyang, I feel like I'm going to faint." "She's fangirling over him so much that she became an idiot." Chongriyang sighed. Unhyang looked at him with sparkling eyes. Feeling startled, he shook his head. "Hey, no." "What? You were thinking of bringing that guy over, right?" Chongriyang shook his head while crossing his arms. "I said it, no." "Hey, why not?" "He seems to have potential, but he just started streaming today. He barely has over 10 viewers. To scout someone, they needed to have a minimum level of recognition. Suhayok was a newcomer who had just started streaming, a player on the second floor who was challenging the beginning's dungeon. Although the man was talented, Chongriyang had some concerns about approaching him so soon. "Listen, being skilled doesn't guarantee success as a streamer. If he were really Lee Suhayok, it might be different, but right now he's just on the second floor. It's just the beginning's dungeon." "I know." "Then you should know that the team leader would insult us if you brought this up to him," Chongriyang said. "You were gambling just a while ago, so why are you acting all proper now?" "I'm fine as long as I don't get caught." "But you want to brag about your foolishness to the team leader?" "Yes, exactly. I want to brag about it," Unhyang firmly replied. Her eyes hadn't sparkled in such a way in a long time. Chongriyang wanted to try arguing a bit more but stopped. As an old friend, he knew that, at times like that, persuading Unhyang was impossible. "I will definitely bring him over." After making a determined statement, Unhyang turned her gaze back to the stream on her kit. "Definitely." Suhayok was already getting close to the dungeon boss. Chapter 12. Achievement points earned. 300. By the time Suhayok acquired 300 achievement points, he saw an unexpected message. "You can no longer acquire achievement points here. You can no longer..." E. Even if he hunted monsters, he wasn't getting any more. Is this the limit? He intended to gain as many points as possible, so it was a disappointing message. In the end, I guess I'll have to move on. Concluding there was nothing more to gain there, Suhayok moved toward the end of the dungeon. After walking for about 10 minutes, he saw the end. Found it. A huge door about 5 meters in height indicated his goal, and in front of it, Gurdashta, a werewolf bigger than a bear and covered in dirty gray fur slept. Finally, the boss. That wolf bastard is still intimidating. I was blocked by that guy 8 times. Agreed, he rarely lets you easily pass. First, I thought he was bugged. Wolf Warrior Greg was a werewolf tribesman and the first major obstacle novice players encountered. He had a massive, strong, and agile body, a tough hide and bones, and endless stamina. Although he didn't have any extraordinary abilities, unlike the novice players who had just entered the tower, he was a properly trained warrior. Receive recognition from Wolf Warrior Greg. You can enter the trial if you pass through the door. The problem was that Wolf Warrior Greg was the gatekeeper. He assessed the skills of each player to reach them and decided whether to let them pass. Most weren't able to get his recognition easily and failed multiple times. He will definitely pass. After seeing everything he's done so far, that's 100% likely. Will he really succeed in the first play while solo? None of the viewers doubted that Suhayok would succeed. After all, he had gone this far by challenging a trial that was meant for a 5-person party. There was no way the warrior wouldn't acknowledge him. Their only question was how Suhayok would do against the warrior. Safe Asset has registered a mission. 3,000 points for defeating the warrior. He was given a mission, and it couldn't be compared to the ones he'd received up to that point. 3,000. Suhayok's eyes widened. 3,000 points was an amount that couldn't be ignored. In his previous life, he wouldn't have cared for such an amount. I'm tempted. To the new him, it was quite significant. LOL. What's up with that guy? LOL. He doesn't plan to give it, LOL. That means he won't give the points. Wolf Warrior Greg wasn't meant to be defeated in the first place, LOL. The mission giver wasn't asking Suhayok to be recognized. In reality, he was trying to mock the streamer without intending to give the reward. Did the intention matter, though? I was planning to defeat it anyway, so... Swoosh. Suhayok grabbed the handle of his magic sword. He had saved up his power and hadn't used it yet for that very moment. Swoosh. He drew the red sword, the sound of the blade sliding through the scabbard sending chills. The unique, tingly feeling of the magic sword ran through his fingertips. Selfish Sacrifice LV2 resists the damage from the nameless magic sword. Thanks to Selfish Sacrifice, the magic sword momentarily calmed down. As the sensation in his fingertips became more comfortable, Suhayok approached Wolf Warrior Greg. Tap. Whether he sensed his presence or was set to wake up when someone approached within a certain range, the sleeping werewolf opened his eyes. A guest. The creature got up and looked down at Suhayok. His low and chilling voice echoed through the dungeon. Standing over 2 meters tall, his muscular body barely hidden by fur, the werewolf continued to speak. Are you alone? The monster was set to talk with players, though it didn't usually start speaking in such a way from the start. Yes. You're one interesting human. I can smell that you're a great warrior. The scent of a great warrior? He told me I stank. I was told I smelled like a rotten goblin corpse. A rotten goblin? LOL. The wolf warriors could smell special scents, not just body odor, but the essence of a person. You are worthy. You may pass. What's up with this guy? Isn't this discrimination? What? Has this ever happened before? I don't know. Is it a bug? The chat window was flooded with question marks. Suhayok was equally taken aback. Being acknowledged before even fighting was unexpected. I hadn't considered this possibility. Suhayok scratched his head and answered the wolf warrior. Thanks for your kind words, but you're my goal. Me? Wasn't your goal the door behind me? Yes, but someone asked me to defeat you. Suhayok stared at the monster as he spoke. eyes burning with determination. The wolf warrior smiled and growled as he revealed his claws, each as long as a sword. As expected, you have the soul of a great warrior. Swoosh! A chilling killing intent spread out from the werewolf. Suhayok tightly gripped his magic sword. It was his first time using it in an exam. Rather than it being a mindlessly picked fight, he was certain he could defeat the supposedly undefeatable boss guarding the exit. I can win. The nameless magic sword absorbs the user's stamina. Your stats will increase based on the stamina consumed. Selfish Sacrifice LV2 resists the damage from the nameless magic sword. Crunch. As he drew out the maximum power of the magic sword, his whole body felt as if it were thrown into a blazing fire. A pained scream almost escaped his mouth, but Selfish Sacrifice soon reduced the pain, and he felt almost as light as a feather. Ha! Suhayok let out a long exhale. All of his bodily stats had skyrocketed for a moment. As a result, he felt that the wolf warrior standing in front of him had shrunk. He could only maintain such a state for a maximum of 3 minutes. Suhayok's eyes met the werewolf's. BZZT. Clang! Sparks flew as his sword and the claws clashed. Both moved without hesitation at the same time. The wolf warrior's eyes widened in surprise. As expected, dash. Clang! Clang! A series of clashes ensued. The boss was intending to test Suhayok's strength after a clash, but Suhayok wasn't showing any gaps. You're different, indeed. A wood dash. The wolf warrior howled in joy and continued to swing his claws. As their fight continued, a long wound appeared along Suhayok's cheek. So he can't win after all? Still, he's crazy good at fighting. At this rate, he'll probably beat him in 2 or 3 tries. The guy who made the mission should reflect. We could have seen a first solo try succeed. At first glance, it looked like Suhayok was being pushed back. Such a thing was inevitable because, as logic went, receiving more wounds meant you were less capable than your opponent. The opponent was a wolf warrior. He wasn't a monster created for players, the trial challengers, to defeat. Up until now, everything went as planned. Even though Suhayok had more wounds, he didn't seem flustered. TSSS. One more step, and Suhayok drew closer to the boss. Although he has 10 claws in the end, the attacks are coming from only 2 directions. Clan! He dodged one hand's claws and blocked the other hand as he advanced step by step. Although he received some injuries in the process, the wolf warrior suffered more. His attack range is greater than mine, so I have to get closer. He needed to take control of range first. It was the basic strategy against an opponent who could attack from a longer distance. When? The wolf warrior muttered in surprise when Suhayok closed in so that the claws couldn't reach him. Gradually, it became easier for Suhayok's sword to reach the boss. F. ******. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. ******. The wolf warrior tried to forcibly create distance. Even though you're a boss, you're a second-floor monster, so you're simple. Suhayok's eyes brightly reflected in the wolf warrior's, seeming certain of victory. F. Suhayok swung his sword upward without hesitation. If you move so predictably, there's no way I could lose. // A straight line appeared on the boss's neck. The werewolf halted in place for a few moments before, thud, his head fell to the ground. You've defeated Wolf Warrior Greg. The door has opened. Your level has increased x9. +2 strength. +3 agility. +1 concentration. +2 magic power. You've earned 500 achievement points. Oh-huh? Did he really hunt it? Ha! Breath as hot as lava leaked through Suhayok's mouth as he hurriedly sheathed the magic sword. His burning hot body quickly cooled down. Drip, drip. Blood leaked from the wounds he'd received from the wolf warrior. He'd been quite injured and used up a lot of stamina, but it was worth it. I did it. His level had increased and he'd gotten 500 points on top of that. If he hadn't received at least that much, he would have been disappointed. The real satisfaction came from somewhere else, though. I defeated it. He'd finished a boss he hadn't been able to defeat in his previous life and felt a sense of relief. It didn't matter that no one else had been able to defeat it. After all, if Suhayok couldn't do it during his previous life, it meant that no one else could do it. He was competing against himself. This stream is crazy. Isn't this a first kill? Yes. He did it solo? The safe asset must be crying, ha ha ha. Who could have known that he'd really clear it? LOL. Ah, right. The mission. He'd almost forgotten about it. Suhayok took a low-ranking healing potion from his inventory and drank it while receiving the mission completion prize. You've completed the mission. You've received 3,000 points from safe asset. His wallet was thick at that point. Suhayok had used all the points he'd earned in the tutorial to raise the level of selfish sacrifice, so he felt relieved. I won't have to worry about accommodation fees now. He sat down and closed his eyes. The healing potion didn't show an immediate effect. In reality, it merely enhanced the efficiency of rest. 3 minutes, it's still not enough. He closed his eyes to recover his stamina. While doing so, Suhayok recalled the fight with the wolf warrior. I still have a long way to go to raise my level and selfish sacrifice's skill level. He'd only been able to defeat the wolf warrior thanks to his strategy. If he hadn't cut the monster's throat in one slice, he would have collapsed first due to the length of the fight. As expected, what I need most is points. As long as he had the magic sword, power wasn't an issue. The problem was his stamina. He needed to increase the level of selfish sacrifice. It seems that he's resting. Since he hasn't ended the trial, I think he's going to move to the next one. I wonder how many skills will become available for him. Please let him live up to the name. If the lightning trial comes out, it's going to be crazy. The viewers couldn't leave. Taking a healing potion and resting meant that he would continue with the trials. They were looking forward to seeing what would happen when Suhayok, who had defeated the wolf warrior, passed through the door. About 30 minutes later, Suhayok opened his eyes and stood up. Swoosh. Viewers. 53. First, he checked the number of viewers. For some reason, more had gathered during his rest. Thank you all for waiting. The door was wide open since he'd killed the wolf warrior. Let's go now. The chat window, which had been quiet for a moment, became lively again. Suhayok walked toward the doorway, which was letting out white light. The moment he stepped inside, you've cleared the beginnings dungeon. Checking achievement points. Checking the player's aptitude. If the first floor's trial was about evaluating a player's skill and combat capability, the trial on the second floor was to test a player's talent and potential. Fire, water, earth, wind, lightning, sky, iron, poison, etc. The potential trials you could choose from depended on your talent and potential. How many options did you guys get? I got 4. I got 6. Wow, you guys are amazing. I only got 2. That's the average. If the lightning trial comes up, it's game over. The rarest among the trials was the lightning trial, which Suhayok had cleared in his previous life. Immediately, trials that matched Suhayok appeared before his eyes. You can challenge the fire trial. You can challenge the water trial. You can challenge the sky trial. You can challenge the ice trial. Your aptitude for a specific skill is exceptional. Would you like to challenge the lightning trial? Chapter 13. He was dazzled by the number of choices that appeared before his eyes. How many options were there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 13. 13. It was often said that the number of choices corresponds to a player's talent. Usually, most were given 1 or 2 options. If you got a lot, you had 3 to choose from, and during his previous life, Suhayok had 7 options. Too many appeared. I'm feeling dizzy. 13? Haven't a total of 16 been revealed so far? So all except 3 appeared. We were asking for the lightning trial, not for all of them to come out, lol. Although the many choices were dizzying, there was one that caught more attention than the others. Would you like to challenge the lightning trial? The message was sparkling. It was as if the system were urging him to choose that one among the many others. Lightning. Of course, isn't it obvious? If he doesn't choose lightning, he should change his name. Seeing the chat made Suhayok chuckle. Most of them had been his fans during his previous life. The viewers, the system, and even he thought the same. You've chosen the lightning trial. Whoosh dash. A white light surrounded Suhayok, and he stepped into the lightning trial. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. The team leader of Balhi Entertainment's management division, John Tail, a player from Earth, spoke in disbelief. So, how many viewers does that streamer have? Well, he has around 20. Chongyang nervously replied, half-dragged there by Unhyang's persistence. He was nervously watching John Tail's reaction.
No.
It's over 30 now. Unhyang, who was next to him, kept giving minor corrections. Ah, really? If they weren't in the team leader's office, he would have probably shouted. 20 or 30, it was the same. John Tail thought similarly and leaned back in his chair, as if he didn't need to listen anymore. Creak. He looked at Chongyang, who had his hands politely folded, and at Unhyang, who was still busy watching the stream. Are you guys kidding me? Tech, that's. Chongyang, do you think I don't know you gamble during work hours? The only thing I asked is for you to bring a guy worthy of scouting, but to think you'd bring someone with 30 viewers. Chongyang lowered his head. The nagging continued for a while. Once John Tail started nagging, he didn't easily stop. Unhyang, rather than bringing someone like this, why don't you just stream yourself? With your looks, you should easily be able to become popular. Team leader, Unhyang said. Yes, go ahead. While you've been nagging us for the past 30 minutes, his viewer count exceeded 50. 50. John Tail's eyebrows twitched. In that short time, 20 more viewers had joined his stream. Although it was his first stream, viewers were joining quite rapidly. It meant that, despite the influx, no one was leaving. Mr. Lee defeated the Wolf Warrior. Unhyang started to speak formally about Suhayok. John Tail and Chongyang didn't notice that change. The Wolf Warrior? Really? By himself. The two were surprised. In fact, John Tail was so surprised that he jumped out of his seat. To hear that a boss who hadn't been killed until then was taken down solo made his expression change. Really? Did you see it wrong? He's currently taking a break after killing it. Viewers are commenting about him in the communities right now. Whoa! The Wolf Warrior was to be an examiner who assessed the skills of the players challenging the beginnings dungeon. Considering the boss's strength, it certainly looked impossible for a player challenging the beginnings dungeon to defeat it. He's definitely something. If you thought in terms of talent as a player rather than a streamer, he was an incredible gem. The fact that he had defeated the Wolf Warrior was surprising, but to make things more impressive, he'd done it solo. He just started streaming today, so it's just natural for his viewer count to be low. If that's the case, he might be worth investing in early, considering the long term. Team leader, Unhyang said to John Tail, who was seriously thinking. Do you want to make a bet with me? A bet? Yes. Mr. Lee just entered the lightning trial. John Tail's eyes sparkled. For a streamer who had chosen to imitate Lee Suhayok, that was the optimal route. Not only did he seem skillful, but the skill that fit him the most seemed to be the same. So, if Mr. Lee gets the lightning skill, let's make a contract with him. John Tail laughed in disbelief. There's no way that's possible. The lightning skill was the best reward you could get from the lightning trial. It was hard to qualify for the trial, but even if you did so, obtaining the skill was almost impossible. Many guilds had supported players who qualified for the lightning trial, but none of them had managed to get it. Isn't this his first try? The only one who ever got it so far is Lee Suhayok. Yes, but he'll be fine. Maybe it was because he had defeated the Wolf Warrior, but Unhyang's belief in Suhayok was firm. Unlike before, John Tail also began seriously considering the streamer. If I think of her as a player rather than an employee, she's better than most rankers. She was once a rising star among the people from Murim. Though she'd lost interest in going farther and was now rotting there was no doubting her ability. Also, in the first place, it was the kind of thing John Tail was expecting from her, discovering streamers with exceptional talent. So far, none of the streamers had caught her eye. Should I give it a try? John Tail lit the end of his cigar. Keep monitoring him for now. Unhyang nodded as if it were a given. But her demands didn't end there. Also, make me his manager. John Tail took a long drag on his cigar, then exhaled the smoke and waved his hand. Let's talk about that once the contract is confirmed. It was a gesture asking her to leave. Unhyang nodded and was about to turn around. But then, wait. Chongriang, who'd been watching Su Hyok's stream, spoke in a flustered voice. This trial, is this right? Asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. The blank world regained its color. Su Hyok felt that he was floating before sensation began returning to his body. Just as he was getting used to the feeling in his fingertips, someone pushed him from behind. Move! Thud. He was pushed back a few steps, and a huge club flew toward where he'd been standing. Whoosh! Thud! The knight who had pushed Su Hyok raised his shield to block the club. Come back to your senses, you idiot. Do you want to die? The knight in silver armor was holding back the club with trembling hands and shouting at Su Hyok. From Su Hyok's point of view, the situation could be seen as unfair. After all, he'd just entered the trial. It seemed like they at least started the trial like that to ensure he wouldn't die from the start. The lightning trial is starting. Defeat the remnants of the giant race. What's this? Su Hyok didn't respond to the knight's words and instead looked around. Boom, boom. A giant was rampaging in the middle of the village. The monster was over 4 meters tall, wore tattered clothes, and wielded a massive stone club. Su Hyok looked at the remnant of the giant race and laughed in disbelief. Why did he already appear? What's going on? Wasn't this the lightning trial? Yes, that's right. That mob appears in the middle of the giants episode. Why did it already appear? How should I know? The test was about defending against the giants. Usually, the giant going on a rampage in the village should have appeared in the later part of the trial, but surprisingly, the remnant had appeared right at the beginning. Thud. Everyone, get out of the way. Until the soldiers return. Hide anywhere you can. Bring out the bows. Everyone except the knights, stay away. The village had no proper knights capable of facing a giant. Moreover, according to the setting of the story, most soldiers were gone at the moment, which was why the village was being destroyed by just one giant. Although it's slightly bigger than the wolf warrior, its movements are much slower. Just a few moments ago, Su Hyok had defeated the dungeon boss. Though the giant was big, it was a weaker monster than the wolf warrior. Su Hyok charged toward the giant that had swung a club at him. Hey, what are you doing? The nearby knight shouted in frustration. Had he saved him only for him to charge at the giant again? The nameless magic sword absorbs the user's stamina. Your stats will increase based on the stamina consumed. Selfish Sacrifice LV2 resists the damage from the nameless magic sword. The magic sword turned red, and Su Hyok leaped upward. The giant spotted Su Hyok and swung its club at him again. Whoosh! That reckless? Just as the knight thought that the club would strike Su Hyok, his eyes widened in surprise when Su Hyok landed on the giant's arm. Ah? Thud. Su Hyok quickly stabbed the giant in the neck. It swings so slowly that there's no way I could get hit by it. Whoa. When did he get there? Is that possible? It should be possible because of how thick the arm is. That's only in theory. Gar. The giant, with the sword stuck in its neck, let out a beast-like growl. The species had a lot of vitality, so it didn't die immediately. Of course, even with that being the case, it was already as good as dead. Su Hyok. who'd already put half of the sword into the giant's neck, ripped the sword through the monster's flesh. More than half of the bones beneath were cut through. Even a giant wouldn't be able to survive. The giant tilted sideways and fell. Boom! Suhayok landed from its body. You've defeated a giant race's remnant. You've cleared the 4th stage. Your level has increased x3. +1 strength. +1 agility. +2 stamina. +1 magic power. You've earned 4,000 achievement points. Item obtained, Giant's Heart. Item obtained, Thunderous Sound. 1. Do you want to continue the trial? 2. Do you want to move to the next floor? Messages kept ringing. 4,000? Why stage for all of a sudden? What's going on? Why did the rewards from the first 4 stages come all at once? He was given the maximum reward possible. Is the system crazy? Wolf Warrior defeat equals 1st to 3rd stage perfect clear. Suhayok's lips curled into a smile from behind the mask when he saw the rewards. Chapter 14. The rewards were so incredible that, for a while, question marks filled the chat. The rewards from every omitted stage were given at once. Suhayok smiled as he chose to continue. Naturally, he had no intention of stopping there. Continuing the trial. Suhayok's choice caused another uproar in the chat room. The 5th stage was quite challenging and a rarely seen trial. Even if it was a trial from a lower floor, people couldn't help but be interested. Suhayok felt satisfied. It looks like things were settled okay. Since the trial omitted the first stages, he'd been worried that defeating the Wolf Warrior had backfired and caused him to miss out on the previous rewards. Contrary to his concerns, the system wasn't that lax. This is actually better. I've avoided some troublesome processes. He'd gotten a ton of achievement points and all of the items and experience at once. Seeing that he'd received 4,000 achievement points and each stage could give a maximum of 1,000, he'd been given the rewards as if he'd scored the highest in the omitted stages. That implied that, for anyone who defeated the Wolf Warrior guarding the entrance, up to the 3rd stage of the trial was meaningless. The item I was rewarded. Just when he was about to check what he'd received, the knight who'd blocked the giant's swing a few moments prior approached. Why you? The knight warily said. Isn't that Falcon? Yes, it's him. Why is he so wary? Suhayok started on the 4th stage, so it's only natural for the knight to be wary. Ah, that's right. It must be completely out of the blue from their perspective, lol. Suhayok still had to properly introduce himself since he'd skipped the other stages. What would be the best way to do so? After a brief moment of contemplation, Suhayok looked at the knight and simply said, I came to hunt giants. *****. The lightning trial was about a confrontation between giants and humans after the giants suddenly appeared and the villages struggled to survive. Players were tasked with working for the distressed villages. Please, wait here for a moment. Falcon provided Suhayok with lodging. A small house with a cramped room attached to the living room. It wasn't a very grand reception for a hero who'd just saved the village. Well, they couldn't be blamed. They were struggling to even survive due to the giants, after all. Still, he was at least offered some tea. He didn't touch it, though. Something piqued his interest more. Show us the item. Show us. Show us. I think it should be magic rank at minimum. Magic? I think it will be rare at least. He needed to look over his rewards. All right. Suhayok took the 2 items from his inventory. Let's all take a look. Giant's Heart. #rank. Rare. #a ring made from the heart of a giant. Increases stamina and stamina regeneration. #+2 stamina. Thunderous Sound. #rank. Rare. #clothes imbued with the power of thunder. You can borrow the sound of lightning once a day, user immune. #uses 3. Oh! Suhayok's eyes sparkled. Of course, the giant's heart caught his eye first. He liked everything about it, from its design to its effect. Ring-type items are rare. Plus, it increases stamina. Stamina was the most important stat for him, and items that increased one's stats were rare to begin with. Rings were also easier to wear than most other items. If he were to sell it on the market, it would surely fetch a high price, but it was better for him to use it for as long as possible since it increased stamina. I was in need of defensive equipment, so this is great. On top of that, he'd also leveled up 3 times. He was quite pleased with the rewards since selfish sacrifice had left him short of points, which meant he had some difficulty acquiring new equipment. Both are rare. They seem pretty good. Pretty? Is this what's considered just pretty good? Even considering the equipment limit, it should be useful up to the 5th floor at least. The giant's heart can be used forever. That item's priceless. Suhayok, who was still awkward when it came to streaming, fidgeted with his teacup. I can't drink this. He couldn't drink tea while wearing a mask. You're going to get the lightning skill, right? Someone asked Suhayok a question in the chat. Suhayok slightly lifted his mask and took a sip of the tea Falcon had brought to him while answering, "Yes, I will." It was a natural question, and Suhayok didn't doubt he would get the lightning skill. The problem was what came next. Of course, I'll get the lightning skill. He'd gotten it once before, after all, but the question was whether he could go beyond that. Wow is expected. It's cooler because he answered so calmly. Ha ha ha, there's no way it will be as easy as he makes it look. Considering everything he's done so far, it seems possible. Yes, he's already nearing the 5th stage. There were quite a few others who made it this far. Fact. Wolf Warrior Greg had never been defeated. Fact. He won't get the lightning skill. The chat room became more heated than ever. People were divided on whether he would get the lightning skill or not, and the general consensus was that they hoped he'd get it but that it was unlikely. Is everyone expecting the lightning skill? Almost all of his viewers were people who were attracted to the name and concept of Lee Suhayok. When coupled with the lightning trial, people who'd been longing for the past naturally wanted to see the lightning skill again. Soon enough, Lee Suhayok, I love you, has registered a mission. If you get the lightning skill, 5,000 points. Please, show it to us. A mission related to lightning showed up, and it was for quite a considerable amount. 5,000. Suhayok's eyes widened in surprise. Things didn't end there, though. I'm Bald has registered a mission. Lightning. I'll also post the mission. 5,000 points if you can get it. Mission Villain has registered a mission. 3,000 points for the same mission. Safe Asset has registered a mission. 7,000 points. You won't get it, right? Missions began appearing one after the other. Each of the rewards they offered was substantial. Even the guy who supposedly only posted safe missions posted one. They must really want to see the skill. Viewers? 301. His viewer count has surpassed 300. A significant number of those watching had probably been genuine fans of his in the past. Then, as a streamer, showing them what they wanted to see was probably his job. Yes, understood. I'll definitely show everyone the lightning skill. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Falcon, who'd been away for a while, returned with a rather noisy group. Sorry to keep you waiting. He was accompanied by a knight in tattered armor. It's okay, Suhayok replied. The first thing the knight did was thank Suhayok. I heard you saved the village while I was away. On behalf of everyone, thank you. It was nothing. Suhayok looked at the tan knight who'd arrived with Falcon. Felius. He was the village's representative and one of the knights who were fighting the giants. Excuse me, could I ask you one thing? Before even sitting, as if he were in a hurry, Felius went straight to the point. I heard you're fighting giants. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. To be more precise, he was there to hunt the giants. But it was the same thing, so Suhayok nodded. We plan to settle things with them, Felius said. Settle things? The village was too weak to say they were going to settle things with the giants. There were many giants, after all, and the villagers weren't fully aware of their forces. Suhayok could think of only one reason for Felius to say such a thing. They're probably prepared to die. Indeed, Peleus died in the next stage. That was certain, and his determination probably stemmed from his resolve. During recent reconnaissance, we were able to locate the giant's leader, Peleus explained. The trial's objective was simple: eliminate the giant's leader. At least, that seemed to be the case on the surface. Please help us. We're begging you. Putting aside his pride as a knight, Peleus bowed and pleaded. Swoosh. That plea was the trigger for the next stage. All right. Stage 5, survival, is starting. Let's do it. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. They began moving immediately, hiking up the mountain without a word. Suhayok remained silent through the 2-hour or so march. In total, including Peleus, there were 50 soldiers they'd been able to gather to fight the giant's leader.
펠리우즈.
Peleus, don't die. Is he going to die? Could you stop spoiling it? Is there no moderator here? Can't you kick the spoilers? Here's a hint. Why do you think the stage is called survival? LOL. I'm not curious. Shut up. The chat was in chaos. The viewers who knew what would happen and the viewers who didn't want to get spoiled were fighting, and the situation cascaded out of control as more viewers surged in. Is a moderator necessary? Suhayok had nothing to do, but the chat certainly made him feel the need for a moderator. I'll look into it after the exam. After the 2 hours passed, Peleus raised his hand from the front and signaled. Stop! The soldiers closely behind Suhayok stopped and caught their breaths. Peleus whispered to Suhayok, It's that guy. He's the giant's leader. Far away, amidst the bushes, a giant loudly snored in slumber. The creature was much bigger than the giant they'd encountered before. Even while sleeping and using a tree as a headrest, it seemed to be well over 5 meters in height. I'll go ahead. Peleus readied his shield and took a step forward. I'll draw its attention first. Suhayok, aim for its back. The moment Peleus started to walk forward, Suhayok grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. You shouldn't go. Thud. That guy. Hey, you fools. The chat feeked out as Suhayok spoke. Isn't alone. Why do you think the stage is called survival? Ha ha ha. Rustle. Crack. Thud. The sounds of bushes rustling and trees breaking and falling were heard from every direction as the giants woke up. The stage's survival portion had truly begun. Chapter 15. I'm not interested in the story anymore due to all the spoilers. Damn it. The spoilers have ruined the fun. The viewers ended up learning the stage's story due to the ongoing chat about survival during the stage. Peleus had thought the giant's leader was alone, and the stage was about the player surviving with the villagers who'd gone to defeat the giant and been ambushed. If you know it's a trap, can't you just not go? Yes. Can't you just persuade them? How would you do that? Right? Ha ha ha. I'm a player, so I know. You can persuade them by saying the stage is a trap, lol. No, they were preset to go attack the giant's leader and die. Stopping Peleus and the villagers, who were determined to risk their lives, wasn't something the player could do. In order to proceed to the 5th stage, you had to go with Peleus. Crack. Boom. The trees fell backward. At the same time, the giants that had been waiting in ambush revealed themselves one by one. Peleus was bewildered. What the? They're giants, Suhayok pointed out. I know that, but... Peleus's mind went blank as he quickly counted the giants. Even at a glance, there were over a dozen of them. Could each person take down one giant? No, that was impossible. The soldiers, including himself, had only been expecting to fight the leader. Let's retreat, Peleus said amidst his panic. Suhayok, who had the giant's heart on his finger and was wearing the thunderous sound, said, You have to get a hold of yourself. Grab. Suhayok's grip on his shoulder brought the man back to his senses.
Yes.
Crunch. Peleus bit his lips so hard that they started to bleed, and then he shouted to the soldiers behind him, Run back down the mountain. Hurry. Gur dash. The giants roared and the mountain shook. Our run dash. Hurry. Aha dash. The soldiers were prepared to die from the start, But that didn't mean they wanted to die. If there were even a small chance of winning, things might have been different, but when it looked like the chances were zero, they were engulfed by fear. Grab. Benefactor, you must flee as well, hurry. Peleus tightly gripped his shield and stood alone to block the giants, prepared to die. That's my line. Ignoring the man's noble attempt at a last stand, Suhayok drew his glowing red sword. Aren't you going? What? Peleus asked. You have to get out of here so you don't get in my way. Suhayok hurriedly hammered the nail into the coffin so that the man couldn't argue. If you don't want to go, then we can both die here. LOL. If you're pissed, die basically LOL. Even if he tries, he can retry. If he dies, wouldn't it mean it becomes his second try? He doesn't know that, lol. After a moment of hesitation, Peleus lowered his shield. Thank you. Don't even mention it. Let's make sure to survive and meet again. Peleus turned around and began descending the mountain. Whoosh! Finally, Suhayok was the last one left. Wasn't this supposed to be a survival stage? Why send the others first? The score depends on the number of surviving soldiers. Wasn't it about surviving alone? The difficulty is quite high. He managed to send the stubborn Peleus down, so there was only one thing left to do. Boom! Suhayok aimed his sword at one of the chasing giants and stabbed it in the thigh. Swish! Groar! The wounded giant screamed, and all of the others looked over to see what was happening. Thus, the giants chasing the soldiers were momentarily stalled. Huh? He's going to fight them? Isn't that suicidal? There are too many of them. More had gathered, and there were over 100 giants there. Suhayok provoked them as if he were going to fight them by himself. He had a simple goal: make sure Peleus and the other descending soldiers survived. Is he really planning to not let anyone die? All of the soldiers had to survive. That was the first goal Suhayok had set while planning for the trial. As the name indicated, the fifth stage's rewards varied depending on how many survived. Geo-. When he saw the giants rushing at him, Suhayok changed his priorities. Stab. Slash. He stabbed and slashed at their arms and legs, facing them down while slowly drawing out his magic sword's power. This is doable. He'd been worried that he made the wrong decision due to the intoxication of the magic sword's power and selfish sacrifice's sweetness. But still, he believed he could do it. Thud. *****. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. He stepped on a tree, jumped to the height of the giant's head, and resolved himself. Let's do it. The nameless magic sword absorbs the user's stamina. Your stats will increase based on the stamina consumed. The sword turned a darker red, and he felt the power of his stats filling his body. As he drew more power from the sword, the speed at which he could swing and his damage output also increased. Entirely new things became possible, such as him decapitating one of the giants. Thud. You've defeated a giant race's remnant. You've earned 10 achievement points. The giant was smaller than the other remnant he'd defeated during the fourth stage, but the bigger problem was how many giants there were. Suhayok leaped off of the body before it could even hit the ground. From that moment on, each body became a stepping stone for his leaps. Geo-. He flew over the giants' heads, quickly cutting down whatever was in his path and piercing their skulls. Thud. You've defeated a giant race's remnant. You've earned 10 achievement. Messages rang out continuously. The giants bared their teeth and swung their thick wooden clubs, only missing Suhayok by a narrow margin. The viewers watched the stream, holding their breaths. Damn, he's crazy. If he misses a step, he'll die immediately. This seems unrelated to stats. Wasn't aerial combat Suhayok's specialty? I'm too nervous to watch. Same. A single mistake would probably get him eliminated, but he still seemed calmer than his viewers. Selfish sacrifice LV2. resists the damage from the nameless magic sword. The user's stamina and mental strength have been partially restored. Trusting the message that repeatedly appeared before him, Suhayok pulled out as much of the magic sword's power as he could. With this much stamina, I still have some leeway. The ring on his hand caught the sunlight and sparkled. Thanks to the 2 stamina from Giant's Heart, I'll have a few more seconds. 2 stat points were a small variable, but he was basically walking on a razor's edge already, so it made all the difference. Where is he going? Right? He doesn't seem to be escaping. Is he going to the leader? There's no way. A giant's club swished over Suhayok's head, close enough to rustle his hair. Instead of retreating, Suhayok slashed his sword through the giant's head. I'm getting closer. Suhayok's pupils reflected the giant's leader. Little by little, before the body of the giant he'd killed fell, he used it as another stepping stone. I'm getting closer. From the moment he'd stepped foot on the stage, he'd been confident he could easily pass the trial of merely surviving. If he were an ordinary player, he would have been satisfied with just that. When he'd seen the giant's leader, though, he'd gone above that basic goal and thought, what will happen if I defeat you? Defeating the leader was the first step in turning the tables. Aren't you curious too? Was he too absorbed in the situation? A mumble leaked from his masked mouth. Even the giant's leader seemed to be aware of his intentions and mockingly laughed from afar. Is that even possible? There's no way. A trial he was guaranteed to pass is going to end in suicide, lol. Stop talking nonsense and cheer a bit. Did some anti-believers join in? If he didn't try anything strange, he would have easily gained the lightning skill. This is a bit frustrating to watch. Yes, to be honest, it's a bit disappointing. Cheers and complaints mixed. Suhayok's acrobatic movements as he flew through the air and stepped on the giants were awe-inspiring. But still, breaking through so many of them to reach the giant's leader seemed impossible. The real problem began when Suhayok started closing in on his target. Gore dash. A group of giants surrounded the leader as if trying to protect him. Unlike before, the giants only became denser in number as he closed in on their leader. No wonder his viewers thought he was committing suicide. I bet all my points that he won't be able to break through. Thud. As if agreeing with their comments, Suhayok stepped on the ground for the first time since he started taking on the giants. He made a mistake. Fact. Even monkeys fall from trees. GG. It seemed that was the end of the line. The giants looked down at him, and their slow brains concluded that they'd finally caught him. Now, Suhayok snapped his fingers. Snap. You've used thunderous sound. Thunder spreads across the battlefield. Boom. A sound loud enough to burst eardrums reverberated outward, starting from Suhayok's armor. Uoo-dash. The giants dropped their clubs and grabbed their ears, thrown into temporary confusion by the sound. That brief gap in their defenses was what Suhayok was aiming for. Suhayok used thunderous sound and the giant's heart as if they were meant for that moment. Amidst the giants' confusion, he slipped through their numbers and reached their leader. You thought I wouldn't be able to get here, right? The leader, who'd laughed at him from afar, was also clutching his ears in agony, affected by the thunder. The nameless magic sword absorbs the user's stamina. The sword glowed an even deeper red than before, drawing out enough power to make blood trickle from one of his eyes. Suhayok reached the giant's head. Drip. I'm right here, you arrogant bastard. Stab. Chapter 16. Puff. His sword pierced the back of the giant leader's neck and stuck out the other side. What's going on? How is the guy who bet everything he had doing? Forget about that guy, ha. How does this even make sense? Understandably, the chat was in chaos. Has anyone ever defeated him? No, definitely not. How do you even defeat it? The stage wasn't designed to be cleared like this. When did he realize he could kill it? It was completely different from having defeated Wolf Warrior Gred. Neither boss was meant to be defeated, but there was still a marked difference in difficulty. Everyone had faced the wolf warrior at least once and fought him. Some skilled players had even managed to leave scars on him. But the giant's leader wasn't like that. Approaching it should have been impossible, let alone killing it. Roar! The giant's leader mustered his remaining strength and screamed, the sword still sticking from his neck. When he did so, thunderous sounds effect quickly faded from the nearby giants. Gur dash! Geo dash! The giants regained their senses. Human! The giant's leader managed to say. Was he a boss-level intelligence like the wolf warrior as well? Crack! The giant pulled a nearby tree from the ground and swung it in an intense act of resistance. The giant's sheer size made it much stronger compared to other giants. For a moment, Suhayak's grip on his sword weakened, and he was almost sent flying away. This is a bit troublesome. Though the giant's breath was being cut off, it was burning whatever it had left of its energy. How can someone survive with a sword stuck in their neck? From his perspective, the sword isn't that big, so it's understandable. Yes, that's right. Instead of stabbing, he should have slashed the giant's neck. They didn't know what they were talking about. If I had tried to slash, the sword wouldn't have gone very deep. It took a lot of strength to pierce through the neck. Of course, slashing would have been better if he could do it, but he'd instinctively judged it to be impossible and focused his power on a single point for maximum efficiency. That was the only reason he'd been able to pierce the monster's neck, and it was why the boss was struggling to breathe. Geo dash! Gore dash! Relatively smaller giants were scattered everywhere around their leader. The moment Suhayak fell, his body would be shattered by their clubs. Human! The leader shouted. If Suhayak left things as they were, it seemed like the giant would survive for quite a while. The viewers were right about one thing. The sword was relatively small compared to the giant's massive frame. Just die already. He would have to increase the size of the wound. Crack. He had no choice but to hasten the boss's death and twisted the sword embedded in its neck. The goal here is to survive, and this guy is the stage's boss. Slash. The wound widened, gradually creeping toward a fatal state, even for a giant. This guy has to die for the stage to end. Ack! The giant's leader screamed, shaking Suhayak's eardrums. Was it his final death struggle? The boss resisted even more fiercely in its final moments, trying to shake Suhayak from its neck. Crack! Suhayak went flying from the giant's neck after the monster swung his fist. The punch itself didn't carry much power due to the odd angle, but the power that came with the giant's size couldn't be ignored. Crack! Ugh! He felt dizzy from the impact and heard a thud at the same time as the giant's leader fell to the ground. The clubs all swung at him at the same time, hitting the ground and breaking into fragments while Suhayak quickly moved to avoid the attacks. Crack! Without this armor, it would have been dangerous. The rare rank thunderous sound beneath his clothes had enabled him to survive taking a hit. I can't see an answer. There are too many. Trying to defeat it was a mistake in the first place. Still, it was impressive, right? Yes, it was very impressive. It looks like we're going to get to see a retry. No. Suhayak rolled his eyes and dodged another club. It isn't over yet. Though he'd taken a hit, the result of his efforts hadn't changed. He'd reached the giant's leader and, just as initially planned, succeeded in stabbing it through the neck. Gerdash as expected. The boss struggled on the ground for a few moments before dying for good. You've defeated the giant's originator. You've cleared the 5th stage, survival. You've achieved an unbelievable accomplishment. Your level has increased x2, +1 strength, +2 agility, +2 stamina, +1 magic power. Messages began appearing one after the other. The +2 stamina increase was very welcome, and he felt energy surging through his body again, just when his stamina had almost run out. I did it. He had defeated the stage's boss, one he hadn't been able to conquer before. Taking his level and stat increase into account, even with the energy that had returned to his body, he wasn't confident he could break through the giant's encirclement and escape. Please, come out. The messages weren't over yet. Suhayok continued to dodge the giant's clubs and inwardly prayed. I need a skill or item that can help me right now. Felt like time was flowing slowly. Finally, the rewards for having killed the giant's leader appeared. Hum! A streak of yellow lightning fell from the sky. Gore dash. Guo dash. The giants hesitated and stepped back. BZZT. BZZT. Huh? Suhayok's mouth fell open when he saw the reward appear before him. Was he seeing it wrong? No matter how long he looked, the message didn't change. Why did this appear already? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator SCM. Proofreader Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The forest was filled with the chirping of birds, and a woman busily fiddled with a player kit as she sat on a rocking chair in front of a small hut. Creak. The old door opened, and a man stepped out, giving a cold impression.
김시로.
He approached Kim Yeryong, who was killing time and sitting in the rocking chair. What are you doing outside? I like the sounds of the birds. The weather is nice too. You should say that after putting away the kit in your hand. Swoosh. Saiwoo sat on the pile of firewood next to the rocking chair. The weather was definitely nice, but Yeryong hadn't gone out all the way there for that. Yeryong looked at her kit and blankly asked, "It's soon, right?" It was a question with no apparent subject, but it was easy to tell what she was talking about. Yes, probably within a year at most. Saiwoo replied. So my life ends soon. Well, I guess I've lived long enough. Stop joking. It isn't funny. Of course it isn't funny. It wasn't meant to be funny. Even as she said that, Yeryong was still looking at the kit screen. Although she was usually immersed in her kit, it was a bit extreme that time. Saiwoo had purposely gone to sit with her, but she hadn't even glanced at him. Can you stop using the kit so much? Aren't you tired? What else is there to do in this boring place? Have some tea, meditate. You do that, old man. Even as she said that, Yeryong continued staring at the kit. Saiwoo looked into her eyes. Somehow they felt different. Is there something interesting? Ah, this. Yeryong turned the kit screen and showed it to Saiwoo. There's someone called Lee Suhayok. He's quite an interesting junior. Suhayok? Don't tell me. No, not that Suhayok. It's just a kid with the same name. He's just taking the second floor's trial. Ah, the second floor, a streamer. Saiwoo, who'd started to stand in excitement, sat back down. If it were the real Suhayok, it would have been impossible for him to be taking the test on the second floor. Moreover, the Suhayok they knew wouldn't stream even as a joke. He felt bitter regret filling him. Yeryong sighed when she saw his reaction. Every year, Kim Saiwoo visited Suhayok's memorial and placed the flowers he made there. Fearing he might have false hope, she tried to convince him again. Let's let him go. That again. You know it too, right? If Suhayok were alive, there's no way he wouldn't have killed Kim Il-soo. That bastard. Saiwoo nodded. It was true. Their friend, Lee Suhayok, had unparalleled skills and had blown them all away in his last moments with the banana palm fan. If he'd survived, then even the names of those in Blue Zone, including Kim Il-soo, would have been wiped from the tower. Suhayok's dead, Yeryong stated. I know. No, you don't. How long are you going to stay in his shadow? Let him go, please. What about you? Tap. Saiwoo went silent for a moment before reaching out and snatching Yeryong's kit. Why are you watching this? It's just for fun. You used to watch Cha Min-woo's streams too, although you haven't since he joined Blue Zone. Yeryong bit her lips. First, she thought she was just doing it for fun. Saiwoo had noticed it before she had, though. You watch all the streams of those who wear that mask and imitate Suhayok, don't you? We're both the same. We can't break free from Lee Suhayok's shadow. He returned her kit as it continued to play Suhayok's stream. Clench. Gripping the kit tightly, Yeryong lowered her head. She missed the comrades she'd been with until 20 years ago. She missed Suhayak, who'd foolishly used the banana palm fan to save her and stayed behind alone. She missed them too much. Ah! She felt like she was about to cry. Enduring each day was very hard. Drip. Lowering her head, Yeryong eventually burst into tears. Ha! Saiwu sighed and approached her, patting her shoulder. He'd said something unnecessary in a moment of frustration. That's why I didn't want to talk about it. He'd known for a long time how Yeryong felt while watching the streams of Cha Minwoo or other streamers who imitated Lee Suhayak. Even though she seemed unaware of it, he hadn't bothered to say anything. Yes, we're both the same. Both of us are living in his shadow. Neither of them was in a position to blame each other. Saiwu reached out to pick up the kit Yeryong had dropped on the floor. What's this? The reward Lee Suhayak had received from the trial was displayed on the screen. Skill obtained. Lightning. Lightning. Chapter 17. You've earned 2,000 achievement points. 1. Do you want to continue the test? 2. Do you want to move to the next floor? BZZT. BZZT. A single strand of lightning faintly flickered before his eyes. There was a yellow effect to it, and even though he hadn't fully cleared the trial yet, just as the message indicated, it was definitely the lightning he was after. What? A what? Whoa. OMG, OMG, OMG. The chat window was filled with astonishment and admiration. Chats went by so fast that Suhayak, who hadn't been looking at the chat during the trial, glanced over. Is this how you get it? The difficulty is insane, lol. How do you get lightning? You just need to defeat the giant race's leader. Now I understand why Lee Suhayak didn't say anything, lol. Right? No one would be able to do it anyway. What's the point of revealing it? People mistakenly thought that you had to defeat the giant's leader for the skill. No. The only one who knew the truth was Suhayak. I didn't get it here. Last time he hadn't earned it until later. He knew he might be able to defeat the giant's leader, but he didn't expect to get the skill from it. Should I be happy? If the situation were different, he probably wouldn't have been able to hide his joy. Even though his stamina had increased by 2, it was almost depleted. Just like the magic sword, lightning required stamina, making it hard to use it effectively in the situation he was in. He didn't have time to think too much about it. Though it wasn't favorable, there was no reward he could use better. Grab. He grabbed the lightning that had fallen before him. For a moment, he felt a tingling sensation passing through his hands and fingers and then flashing through his mind. Lightning. Hashtag type. Skill. Hashtag rank. A+. Hashtag LV1. Hashtag consumes stamina and magic power to borrow the power of lightning. Hashtag you can add other strands of lightning to level it up. The skill's details appeared in front of him. Despite only being at level 1, the skill had an A+ ranking. I'd like to merge it with my body, but he almost fell into the illusion that he'd become Blue Eyes' Lee Suhayak from the past, and felt confident that he could sweep away the hundreds of giants in front of him in an instant. He needed to stay calm. He wasn't the Lee Suhayak who'd held the completed lightning skill. What I'm holding right now is just a small strand that fell on the second floor. If he overestimated his power, he would surely fall to the giants. Lightning was like a well-forged double-edged sword, after all. It was sharper and more reliable than anything else, but it was capable of hurting the wielder as well. The properties were similar to his magic swords. That was precisely why he'd obtained a certain skill during the tutorial, though. Everyone, thanks for your sponsorship. You've completed the mission. You've received 5,000 points from Lee Suhayak. I love you. You've received 5,000 points from I'm Bald. You've received 3,000 points from Mission Villain. You've received 7,000 points from Safe Asset. As he completed the registered missions, donations poured in. Owned points, 24,860. The total number of points he had exceeded 20,000. I guess that's a relief. Lightning consumed stamina for more destructive power, and selfish sacrifice could reduce the burden on the user's body. He had already used the magic sword to confirm that such skills had synergy. You've used 20,000 points. The skill level of Selfish Sacrifice LV2 has increased. With that, Selfish Sacrifice rose to level 3, but there was no time to check how much more effective it was before trying it in real combat. Since the points came in, it's time to react, right? Suhayok used his magic power, and his eyes glowed with a golden light similar to the lightning he'd picked up. BZZ, BZZT. He recalled the sensation he'd felt when he picked up the lightning and controlled its power. Lightning permeates your hand. A giant's club swung toward Suhayok's head. BZZT. A yellow line sliced through the club. No matter how big such a club was, it was merely made of wood and couldn't match the power of a lightning-imbued magic sword. On top of that, the slash continued through the club, splitting the giant in two and boiling the giant's blood with electricity. Whoa! Whoa! Ha ha ha! What the? How fast? This is it! Cheers erupted, but it was still too early to receive such praise. I've only taken down one so far. Right after swinging his sword, Suhayok's gaze moved to find an escape route. Gror dash! The giants were blocking his path, but he envisioned a line connecting their necks. Following that line, he swung his arm with all of his might. Lightning permeates your hand. Thunder cracked out as a red and yellow line appeared, killing 3 of the giants in one attack. Suhayok stepped over their bodies and jumped. BZZT. ******. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. ******. Ugh! A suppressed groan leaked from his mouth. His fingertips felt numb, and the tingling sensation made him frown. The problem with this skill is that it doesn't care about its user. Lightning was naturally akin to a wild horse. The stronger it was, the harder it would be to control. Selfish Sacrifice LV3 resists the damage from lightning. That's why he'd spent so many points on increasing the level of Selfish Sacrifice since his reincarnation. BZZT. The electricity flowing through his hands started to blur. The pain subsided, and he regained enough strength to swing his sword. At that moment, a kind of euphoria he had never experienced before enveloped him. It worked. He'd tested it on the magic sword, but that was the first time he'd combined the skill with lightning. He was confident that it would be effective. However, thinking about it and experiencing it firsthand were completely different things. Above all, the leveled-up Selfish Sacrifice exceeded his expectations. BZZT. Lightning began flowing through his body. If possible, he wanted to unleash the lightning and fight as he pleased, but he still wasn't at a level where he could do that. The lightning he shot from his fingertips made a giant's head explode. At the same time, his finger became covered with sticky blood. After releasing a round of lightning, Suhayok surveyed his surroundings. I'm about halfway there now. Having lost their leader, only about half of the giants around him were still alive. Is it because the level is still low? It's a bit different from what I remember. Yes, I thought it would be more flashy. Some viewers, who'd been expecting more, seemed disappointed. They were players who didn't know much about Suhayok, though. The newbies from above don't know anything, lol. Lightning being like this for now is the obvious thing. Lightning consumes a lot of stamina. Honestly, it isn't a skill he should be able to use effectively yet. Yes, getting this far must have consumed a lot of his stamina. Lightning consumed both magic power and stamina. Only when you had the two in ample abundance could you exert the skill's true power. Almost everyone knows. Was it because most viewers used to be his fans? Most of those who were happy to see him obtain lightning knew the difficulties he was facing. He was overflowing with magic power but lacked stamina. It wouldn't be good to wield the skill freely. He had no choice but to increase his concentration. Lightning permeates your foot. BZZT. The electricity flowing through his body concentrated in his foot. In an instant, his foot became lighter, and his movements accelerated, allowing him to avoid the giant's clubs easily. That wasn't all. Lightning permeates the nameless magic sword. Home dash. As he swung the sword, thunder echoed out. One of the giants was unable to withstand the power of lightning, and its head exploded. Using the lightning skill as efficiently as possible, Suhayok started to freely move through the crowd of giants. Lightning permeates your arm. Lightning. It was just the start of lightning's power. Clang! He advanced and continued to swing his sword, again and again, all while using the minimum amount of magic power and stamina to handle the lightning skill. He was well accustomed to doing so after all. Flash. To those who couldn't recognize such delicate techniques, it probably looked like he still had a lot of stamina. He seems to be using it well. Huh? Right? It seems that he still has stamina. After putting on such a show? Ha ha ha. It's a show indeed. The Suhayok show. Swoosh. The lightning was destroying his body. Although selfish sacrifice was fighting against the damage, he still had too little stamina left. I just need to use one shot well. BZZ. He took a step forward and looked at the path he'd been heading down from the start. He'd almost broken through the encirclement. All he needed was a final push. The timing. There he is, someone yelled, and a familiar face appeared from the mountain's descent. Save our benefactor. Distract the giants. Arrows flew toward the giants' heads and necks. That fool, Suhayok murmured as he cut a giant's neck. His lips tugged into a smile. Felius had arrived. He'd gone through the trouble of drawing the giants' attention so they could escape, but it seemed like the soldiers had been watching instead of running away. Given the situation, there was no need to save energy any longer. He didn't need to run down the mountain, he just had to break through the path once. BZZ, BZZ. Lightning permeates the nameless magic sword. Electricity gathered at the tip of his sword. Even if you used the same technique, its power could greatly vary depending on how you used it. Selfish sacrifice LV3 attempts to resist the damage from lightning. Selfish sacrifice LV3 fails to fully resist lightning. Your fatigue is high. Your fatigue has increased to 94. Your fatigue has increased to 95. Your fatigue. He was getting numerous warning messages about his fatigue, but it didn't matter. With this one attack, golden electricity wrapped around his sword. The weapon suddenly felt heavy, and the dense lightning around it was hard to handle. I'm going to break through. Regardless of that, he used all of his power and swung his sword at the giants blocking his path. Flash! Hum! The giants were swept away, torn apart by the lightning in a blinding, thunderous cacophony of light and sound. Felius stood at the end of the path, looking surprised and seeming to wonder what had happened. This makes it pointless that I came to help, he muttered in astonishment. Nice. After breaking through the encirclement of giants, Suhayok raised his thumb. As his tension eased, Suhayok collapsed onto Felius's shoulder. Around the time he cleared the 5th stage, a user post appeared on the player community's trending section. Play button. The method for obtaining lightning is out, lol. P.S. Newbie Hyuk. Chapter 18. Lightning was one of the 2 things the player community considered to be broken. The other thing, of course, was Lee Suhayok. Both broken things were included in that one post. Crazy L. Yesterday, I heard some people making a fuss about a newbie Hyuk, so I watched out of curiosity, but he really got the lightning skill. How to get it? Easy. You just have to kill the giant's leader in the survival stage. Do you think I'm lying? There's a link attached below. The post, which included both lightning and Lee Suhayok, quickly became a hot topic. Isn't this a troll post? It's 100% a troll post, right? OP should have taken more time to make the troll post. There's no way someone would be able to hunt that, lol. Oh yeah, so easy. Don't feed the troll. At first, almost everyone was skeptical, but it wasn't hard to verify the truth. After all, there were already over 500 people watching the stream. The guys from above are saying the same things as the people who were watching the stream. Oh, how did he kill it? Just watch the replay. Newbie Hayok hasn't enabled replays yet. Well, today was his first stream after all. Oh, what? Is this real? I just checked and it's true. How did this happen? First stream, Lee Soo-hyok, lightning skill. Although the description was short, it was extremely provocative.
Lee Soo-hyok.
I always believed in you. Soo-hyok's gang is ready. Although Soo-hyok is doing great, it's not like the real Lee Soo-hyok reincarnated. LOL.
Ting.
Lee Soo-hyok used reincarnation, LOL. Although it was at the bottom of the page, it was still very popular. Moreover, among players and streamers, many used to be fans of Lee Soo-hyok. Maybe that's why a streamer who had about 8,000 viewers, the streamer Hawkeye, who focused on reviewing content, watched Soo-hyok stream. Hello, everyone. Today, we're going to dissect and analyze the new Lee Soo-hyok streamer. Hawkeye smoothly started his stream. Next to his screen, another screen showed Soo-hyok surrounded by giants. Why currently, you ask? Don't be impatient. No one asked. So what do you want me to do? Ha ha ha. LOL. He's really blunt. This is what makes Hawkeye's stream great. Alright, everyone, let's focus. This is a mad video of Lee Soo-hyok a viewer sent. They recorded it themselves. Hawkeye played a short video for a few minutes that showed Soo-hyok killing the giant's leader, obtaining the lightning skill and escaping. Hawkeye's mouth fell open, and his eyes widened. Whoa! He seemed to be in awe, looking as if he'd forgotten he was streaming as he watched in silence. Amazing! Is this how good people on the second floor are these days? He's drooling. Hawkeye's reaction is genuine. Hawkeye doesn't react to good plays on purpose. He goes silent when he sees good plays. Hawkeye was a successful streamer whose ability to analyze players' fights had earned him recognition. He'd watched and carefully observed all sorts of player videos. Of course, he'd also seen Cha Min-woo's videos, who had recently joined Blue Zone. He'd also watched Kim Il-soo, the former Blue Eyes members, videos. The legendary player, Lee Soo-hyok, was no exception. He isn't as good as I thought. His lightning isn't as flashy as the Lee Soo-hyok I remember. When he saw a viewer's critique, he snapped back to reality. It wasn't something that should have been evaluated in such a way. First of all, everyone, refrain from making baseless criticism. This is insane. How can he even do this? Hawkeye shook his head at his involuntary exclamation. It wasn't the right time for him to be stuck in admiration. He needed to proceed with the stream. Everyone, can you see the weapon he's using? It has a subtle red effect, right? That's a magic sword. A magic sword? On the second floor? He shouldn't be able to use it due to the stamina restriction. Magic swords were famous items. Typically, people used them from the third floor onward since they came with a heavy stamina cost. Yes, that's right. Stamina. That's the key, and if you can see the effect in such a situation, it means that it's at least a rare rank magic sword. Rare? Someone on the second floor? His stamina should have plummeted instantly. Against giants like those, a magic sword seems like a must. The chat quickly continued to scroll as people debated whether it was okay for him to use a magic sword or not. Hawkeye was used to those kinds of chaotic situations and kept explaining. Everyone, you know the lightning skill's downside, right? Now that you mention it, lightning also consumes a lot of stamina. Lee Soo-hyok's specialty was ending things quickly. Short and thick, lol. But too thick, LMAO. That's right. Lightning is just like a magic sword. It consumes a lot of stamina. But look, that guy was swinging a magic sword non-stop. He even managed to pierce the boss's neck. Hum. Thud. Hawkeye paused the video right when the lightning skill dropped. Getting lightning in such a state? Honestly, it was the worst possible outcome. Having depleted his stamina, he'd been rewarded with a skill that also consumed stamina. It really couldn't have been worse. What did newbie Hayok do in this situation? Hawkeye continued to play the video, showing Suhayok breaking through the encirclement after obtaining the lightning skill. It was clear that Suhayok's damage output had increased, and his movements were faster and more agile. BZZT. BZZT. Click. Click. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. As the video played, Hawkeye paused from time to time to explain things. He controlled the lightning. When he needed to increase the speed of the sword, he concentrated it around his arms, and when he needed more power, he sent it to the sword, and when he had to move quickly, to the legs. The lightning flowing through Suhayok's body was visible. Although the effects were small and the battle was chaotic, Hawkeye had the sharpest eyes. He knew he lacked strength and used his skills accordingly. He didn't waste energy even once. Bang! Hawkeye suddenly hit his desk and stood. This concentration. I can't believe it. How can he do this with a skill he just got? Is he even human? Oh-huh? Is that possible? What is he saying? Am I the only one who doesn't understand? I understood it perfectly. I didn't. Ha ha ha. How could he have done that? It doesn't make sense. It's theoretically possible. If this is real, it's insane. After finishing his explanation, Hawkeye replayed the video as if he were bewitched. When he looked at the chat, he saw viewers busily giving nicknames to Lee Suhayok.
Nubie Yeok, segundo lee Suyeok, Suyeok 2.0. Fake Suyeok.
Hawkeye sighed and shook his head. Not even half of them understood me. Controlling skills partially required high concentration and technique. When it came to high-ranking skills like lightning, they were much more difficult to finally control than others. Lee Suhayok had used such techniques from the beginning. He'd even only focused his lightning on the necessary parts in the midst of a fight. His judgment, concentration, and fine control, all of this while not making a mistake. He'd achieved all that as soon as he picked up the skill. Amazing. Other than the real Lee Suhayok, it was the first time he'd seen such a brilliant play. At first, he was going to run it as simple content, but his thoughts changed. He felt like he was going to become a real fan. Aren't you going to make a final review? Hawkeye quickly returned to his senses. A final review, he needed to conclude and summarize the observed play in one line. If he had to summarize it in one line, he couldn't help but give the highest praise. In terms of control alone, he's better than the true Lee Suhayok. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Felius was an outstanding knight. Even if he needed to face huge giants, he had enough skill to handle 2 or 3 on his own. It wasn't for nothing that he'd set out to defeat the giant's leader. After confirming that it was Felius who had lifted him and was running from the giants, Suhayok lost consciousness. The 6th stage is waiting. Your fatigue has decreased to 0. Do you want to stop the trial? There were 2 conditions to stop and return in the middle of a trial. The first was to clear a stage and stop right before the next one started, and the second condition was to be at 0 fatigue and in perfect condition. Even if you stopped in the middle, you needed to meet conditions that wouldn't affect the next trial. It seemed his fatigue had reached 0 during his short break. However, there was something he needed to be wary of. Even though I've recovered from physical fatigue, the mental fatigue remains. One couldn't let themselves be deceived by the fatigue level shown in the status window. Proper rest was necessary for concentration. The harder a trial, the more your success or failure depends on the slightest difference. Lightning. I need to have some time to test how it synergizes with selfish sacrifice. He needed to check how much combat power he could use while using lightning and selfish sacrifice together when his stamina was full. If he wanted to do that, he needed to take a short break. It was nice having met everyone today. Before ending the trial, Suhayok left a farewell to the viewers who had entered his stream. Viewers. 742. His viewers had steadily increased even though he'd rested until his fatigue hit 0, so he was wondering why they were still watching. Is today's stream going to end here? I only saw him rest. If you were going to end the stream, you should have told us sooner. Regrets and complaints erupted from the chat. Should I have ended the stream first? It was understandable that the viewers who were waiting for him to recover were perplexed. After all, they'd been waiting to see the next stage. If he were an experienced streamer, he would have anticipated such complaints and ended the stream early. Suhayak made a mistake since he was too focused on the trial to pay attention to the stream properly.
I'm sorry.
Next time, I'll tell everyone in advance. It's okay. Since this is your first stream, it can happen. Was this his first stream? I think I've seen this question about 500 times today. When is it going to be the next stream? I'm going to rest for a day and continue. Subscribed. Subai. Subai, it means Suhayak bye. Bye-bye. The farewells continued. After a few moments, Suhayak ended the trial and the stream simultaneously. Ending the trial. Ending the stream. Swoosh. Everything in view vanished until he found himself in a white room, the second floor's rest site. Suhayak took out the kit from his pocket as he walked toward the door. I think it wasn't bad for the first day. Most of the trial contents were things he knew. He wasn't worried about that. Instead, he was more concerned about the stream. Had he started with a strong foundation? Since he didn't know, he couldn't make a clear judgment. Feeling a sense of anxiety and anticipation, he turned his kit on to connect to the streaming site. At that moment, Suhayak received a message. Mr. Lee Suhayak. This is Eun Hyang from Balhi Entertainment's management department. The message was quite long, and Suhayak tilted his head as he took off his suffocating mask. Balhi Entertainment? Chapter 19. Kaya. I sent it. I sent it. Eun Hyang was screaming and jumping around in team leader John Tail's office, seemingly having forgotten where she was and who she was with. Hey Eun Hyang. Calm down. Calm down a bit, Cheonryang said. If you keep causing a fuss, you'll destroy the office. John Tail shouted as he looked at the cracked walls. Just a few moments prior, Eun Hyang sent a message to the Lee Suhayak streamer and hit the wall, causing a crack. Hey, did you just send a love letter or something? Why are you making such a fuss? Kaya. Damn it. Hey, try to stop her. At this rate, the office is going to be destroyed. How can I stop her? Cheonryang asked. Even if there were 100 of us, we wouldn't be able to. Eun Hyang had been a rising star in Murim at one point. Even high-ranking players from a top guild would probably struggle to stop her. Why is someone like her even working here? In the end, John Tail had no choice but to watch her rampage for a while. Eun Hyang only calmed down after dust started falling from the cracked walls. John Tail sighed and checked the reactions on the players' community. Thanks for teaching us how to get the lightning skill. I'll just stick to knowing how to get it. Ha ha ha, even if you know it, it's impossible.
Suyeok.
What he did today was totally like the true Lee Suhayak. Well, you're right, but ha ha ha, he's indeed Lee Suhayak. The meaning the lightning skill carried was strong. After all, it was the skill that represented Lee Suhayak. If one could obtain that skill, stardom as a streamer and as a player was guaranteed. That's why many streamers and guilds did all they could to get it. No wonder no one was able to get it. No one had even thought of trying to defeat the giant's leader. Even if the method had been revealed, it was unlikely anyone would dare attempt it. After all, it was a trial only Lee Suhayak could clear.
No.
Only the Lee Suhayaks can pass that trial. John Tail instinctively felt it. This guy's going to become big. He didn't think anyone else would be able to get the lightning skill, which meant nobody could take the character from Suhayak. Streamers were all about character fights, and the symbol of lightning was the best when it came to building a character. Of course, that's only if he continues to put on such a show. Suhayak fans are very excited. Isn't he still just a Suhayak copy? Well, he's still on the second floor.
A Suyeok copy. Lol.
So that's what it meant? Not all reactions were positive. Given the nature of the community, negative opinions could always be found. That was even the case for Suhayak during his lifetime. Of course, the imitation streamer, who hadn't even passed the second floor's trial yet, would get some negative comments. Team leader, Chong Riang suddenly called out.
Yes.
John Tail asked, feeling startled from his thoughts. What? I heard it arrived. What did? A reply, from Su Hyok. Cheon Riang answered with a puzzled expression on his face, as if asking what John was thinking. After returning to his dormitory, Su Hyok started looking into Balhee Entertainment. Balhee Entertainment, a leading MCN company that grew through the streaming business. Balhee Entertainment's partners were mainly categorized as popular star players or streamers with thousands of concurrent viewers. The company earned points by using their partners for ads and other businesses. The world sure has changed a lot. I couldn't have imagined such a thing in the past. He again realized how long 20 years was. He thought there were only streamers, but even seeing companies that used them made him deeply feel the weight of time. It's a pretty big company. Among MCN companies in the entertainment business, it's also one of the top ones. It wasn't hard to find information about Balhee. A single search brought up thousands of pieces of information. The number of streamers that were affiliated with them easily exceeded the hundreds. One of the streamers Su Hyok knew, Bak Su Hyok, was also affiliated with Balhee Entertainment. Hawkeye. While searching for information about Balhee Entertainment, the name of a certain streamer appeared quite high up. He was interested due to the recent content the streamer had made. Play button breaking news. Hawkeye says streamer Lee Su Hyok has better control than the real one. Reverse button. It was an eye-catching title. The view count was quite high as well, and there were dozens of comments on the post, even though it had only been up for a few hours. Ha ha ha, Hawkeye is exaggerating again. This guy talks nonsense all the time. Hawkeye talking nonsense? Have you been living in a cave or something? He really praised him. Hawkeye is known for being stingy with praise. Su Hyok checked the video linked in the post. It was quite long and showed Hawkeye reacting to Su Hyok escaping from a group of giants after getting the lightning skill. He knew he lacked power and used his skills accordingly to overcome that. He didn't waste energy even once. This concentration. I can't believe it. How can he do this with a skill he just got? Is he even human? It became apparent that Hawkeye had good eyes. He'd noticed all of that just by watching through a small screen. He lives up to the name. His analysis of him was quite accurate. Maybe if he'd made up things to attract viewers, it would have been different, but if he had such a good ability to analyze things, Su Hyok understood why he had such a nickname. He also liked the continued praise. I am better than my old self, after all. Saying that his control was better than the real Lee Su Hyok was a given. After all, Su Hyok was always getting better than he was in the past. Bak Su Hyok and Hawkeye. Both players were affiliated with the company. A company being successful didn't necessarily mean they were good, but they at least seemed trustworthy. Moreover, he might have the skills, but he's definitely a newbie when it comes to streaming. The moment he realized he didn't know how to receive the rewards for clearing the viewer mission, he knew he lacked knowledge in streaming. Why did this suddenly pop up? With streaming, he's still a baby. Cute. After indicating your intent to share, you just have to say, share the trial situation. He'd even realized it after struggling to share his trial information. If you were going to end the stream, you should have told us sooner. It's true that there are many things I don't know about streaming. He had confidence in his skills as a player, but what about as a streamer? Although it was his first day, he couldn't say he'd done a good job. He was left dissatisfied, so the viewers were probably even more upset. He'd set the goal of growing by receiving sponsorship points from them, so let's do it. He thought he should also pay attention to streaming and replied to the message. ******. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. ******. Crunch. Isaac chewed on a sausage in the cafeteria while looking at his kit. He wanted to relieve the mental fatigue accumulated from doing the trial all day. At least, that was his original goal. In terms of control alone, he's better than the true Lee Su Hyok. Isaac frowned when he heard Hawkeye's analysis. Screech. The fork in his hand bent, and he kept listening, his face full of irritation. Why do I think so? Well, let me explain. Huh? No one asked. I'm going to explain it anyway. Tick. He turned off the kit and covered its screen. He couldn't even properly taste the food he was chewing. He doesn't know anything. Isaac had been watching the player's video that Hawkeye uploaded. It was a summary edit that focused on the core parts of the stream, but he couldn't stand watching the video to the end. Better than the true Lee Soo-hyuk? A guy who just reached the second floor. A player on the same second floor he was on had gotten lightning. It was natural for such a player to gain attention. On top of that, the player was streaming as Lee Soo-hyuk. He was just lucky. He got lightning which no one else could, thanks to taking the right route. Though he'd seen almost the entire video, Isaac didn't acknowledge Soo-hyuk's skills. He just thought he'd gotten lightning due to luck. Glance. Isaac stopped eating and looked at his kit resting on the table. Hawkeye was a streamer Isaac often watched who analyzed and taught others about the gameplay of excellent players. His eyes were quite accurate. Thanks to him, he'd learned a lot. This bastard's eyes are also off. When I go up, I should bury him or something. An unexplainable anger boiled inside him. No, although he pretended not to know, he knew where it stemmed from. Lee Soo-hyuk, the player who had defeated Wolf Warrior Greg for the first time and was second to get lightning after the original Lee Soo-hyuk, was already being lauded as the true Soo-hyuk's successor, even though he was on the second floor. I don't like it. Originally, the position was supposed to be his. As Reinhardt's son, he had exceptional talent and was expected to reach the 8th floor in the shortest time. It was what everyone had expected from him when he started climbing the tower. Then, someone appeared and received more attention than him. He didn't like how the man was taking his spotlight and using Soo-hyuk's name. I've lost my appetite. Isaac's gaze turned to Soo-hyuk as he entered the restaurant. Swoosh. Ah! The perfect target just came along. His mood suddenly improved. Yes, Lee Soo-hyuk should be just like that. The world is truly unfair. He muttered a little louder, as if he wanted him to hear. How can you two live such different lives despite having the same name? Isaac mockingly continued while looking at Soo-hyuk. Don't you think so, my friend? Soo-hyuk looked into Isaac's eyes, ignored him and sat down. The veins in Isaac's forehead bulged. He felt upset at the thought of being ignored. Back when they were in the educational institution, Soo-hyuk couldn't even make eye contact with him. He changed all of a sudden. Isaac stood up and headed toward the seat opposite Soo-hyuk. Clank. He placed his plate on the table and sat down. Looking annoyed, Soo-hyuk said, Go away. My colleagues are out, so I'm bored. Entertain me for a bit. It's been a while. I'm busy. Ignoring Isaac, Soo-hyuk began eating his meal. Despite the continued disregard, Isaac narrowed his eyes and asked, Doing what? Hunting. After all, I'm a player. Hunting? You? A chuckle slipped out as his lips curled into a smile. Normally, one would consider the other's feelings, but Isaac had never learned to do such things. Yes, me.
Suyeo reactive calmly.
Rather, he waved his hand as if asking him to leave and let him eat in peace. Displeased, Isaac frowned again. Soon he smiled and stood from his seat. All right. Enjoy your meal alone. He went to return his half-eaten plate of food. As he walked out of the cafeteria, Isaac glanced back at Soo-hyuk, who was eating in the middle of the cafeteria by himself, and smiled. Going hunting, huh? Chapter 20. People who streamed and also ran video channels were often plagued with malicious comments, especially that time. Hawkeye was receiving an unprecedented flood of hate comments. Ha ha ha. Is this guy blind in one eye or something? To think he'd say that just because Soo-hyuk got one lightning skill strand. He ran away because he was scared of fake giants. He can't do anything. A guy like that is the second Lee Soo-hyuk? LOL. Most of the hate comments either mocked streamer Lee Soo-hyuk or dissed Hawkeye for praising him too much. Hawkeye wasn't just someone with good eyesight. He was able to understand how people were thinking just by reading their comments. The extreme fans are divided into two groups. The original Lee Soo-hyuk had transcended Earth and become an idol for all players. 20 years had passed, and since another Lee Soo-hyuk appeared and had also gotten the lightning skill, people weren't sure what to think. They either became huge fans instantly or criticized him as a fake and became anti-fans. Some liked him for resembling Lee Soo-hyuk, and some hated him for being a fake. What the two kinds of people had in common was that they were extremely biased. So far, there are more of the latter. That was the conclusion I reached after examining the ratio of the comments. There were more people who disliked the streamer than those who recognized and liked him, and that dislike extended to them denigrating how Soo-hyuk had used the lightning skill. Maybe I shouldn't have said that? Hawkeye scratched his head. The new streamer's control surpassed the original Lee Soo-hyuk, but he was taking quite the figurative beating for making that statement. Creak. Hawkeye leaned back in his chair and recalled the streamer's play. Though he'd mumbled about regretting saying it, there was no avoiding making that comment. He hadn't started streaming to make up things that didn't exist, read public opinion, or not be able to say what he wanted. Most importantly, that was the very reason he was so successful. Hawkeye believed he should keep doing things his way, and it was the promise he'd made to himself when he started streaming. Grrr. A call appeared on his kit, displaying the caller ID of Team Leader. Team Leader? Is it an ad? Balhi Entertainment's John Tail was calling him. Since it was rare for the man to call, Hawkeye looked puzzled as he answered. Yes. Hawkeye heard John Tail's loud voice. What were you saying about Lee Soo-hyuk? *****. Reaper scans. Translator, SCM. Proofreader, Illify. Join our Discord for updates on releases. https://discord.gg/reaperscans. You've entered the dungeon. Lair of the exiled lizardmen boss room. BZZ. BZZ. Yellow currents of electricity flowed through Soo-hyuk's body. Although it stung and tingled, it was bearable. Selfish sacrifice LV3 resists the damage from lightning. BZZ. The electric current quickly subsided. That much was bearable. Selfish sacrifice had reached level 3 and was better than expected. In most situations, this level of power is optimal. Creak. The boss room opened, and he heard the cries of the lizardmen. Hiss, hiss. Dozens of monsters with lizard heads stood over 2 meters tall, and beyond them, boom, boss, salamander, is appearing. Hiss. The dungeon boss appeared amidst the massive, rage-filled lizardmen, engulfed in a subtle flame. In that case, I wonder how much damage I can deal, Soo-hyuk mumbled as he walked toward them. He was there to see how much damage he could deal with full stamina and selfish sacrifice. The salamander was one of the highest-ranking monsters on the second floor and made for a worthy opponent. This feels familiar. Hiss. The huge lizards flicked their tongues as they approached Soo-hyuk. Beyond them, the salamander glared at him. Though the lizardmen weren't as big as the giants, it felt similar to when he'd killed the giant's leader. If lightning permeates your feet. BZZT. Soo-hyuk moved forward as if he were sliding over ice. Unlike the 3-meter-tall giants, the lizardmen's necks were easy for his sword to reach. Slash. A golden line appeared, and the lizardmen's heads went flying. For a moment, the surviving monsters hesitated. Regardless, Soo-hyuk advanced toward the boss. Slash. He slid toward the lizardmen. Hiss. Screech. The lizardmen, having regained their senses, tried to block Soo-hyuk as he approached their boss. Soo-hyuk's eyes gleamed, and he saw the perfect opportunity to decapitate a few in one strike. I feel light. With plenty of stamina and magic power, he increased his speed and added strength to his sword. BZZT. Selfish sacrifice LV3 resists the damage from lightning. Flash. A yellow flash burst from Soo-hyuk's sword in an instant. Boom! A noise erupted outward, shaking the cave. Lizard men with severed heads and charred necks fell to the ground. Far away, even the dungeon boss, the salamander, seemed flustered. It was different compared to when he fought the giants. Suhayok cut down the lizard men rushing at him and reached the boss. Let's see. He saw the dungeon boss, the salamander, overlap with the giant's leader, who had survived despite his neck being pierced. Lightning burns brighter. BZZT. An electric shock traveled down his arm and into his sword. Let's see if you can survive this. He felt a tingling pain along his arm. The more power he used, the more he damaged his body. Selfish sacrifice LV3 attempts to resist the damage from lightning. Selfish sacrifice LV3 fails to fully resist lightning. Your fatigue has increased. As his stamina decreased and his fatigue increased, the electricity at the tip of his sword grew stronger. His body felt hot, and it even felt somewhat pleasant. He was familiar with lightning, so Suhayok knew what would happen if he swung his sword. He leaped into the group of lizard men, toward the approaching salamander as flicked its tongue at him in a menacing manner. Swoosh! Suhayok launched the lightning. Hum! The sound bounced off the ceiling and created an echo as golden lightning swept through the cave in waves, following the sword's path. The screams of the lizard men were drowned out by the sound of thunder. You've cleared the dungeon. Lair of the exiled lizardmen. Your level has increased. +1 strength. +1 stamina. +1 magic power. That meant he'd killed the boss. On top of that, he'd wiped away all the lizard men in his path in one strike. They'd been trying to protect the boss, but instead, they'd made a perfect target, and he'd killed more than 10 with that strike. The remaining lizard men, realizing they couldn't defeat Suhayok, fled. Ha! Suhayok breathed heavily while sitting over the corpse of the salamander, whose chest had been split and its corpse charred black. He looked at the traces of lightning left on the ground. Char marks. To think he could deal so much damage with the lightning skill. A grin spread across his lips. It's better than expected. He was still just on the second floor and he was level 22. To think he could deal so much damage despite that. Fatigue. 61. I have quite a bit of leeway in fatigue as well. Selfish sacrifice was beyond my expectations. Selfish sacrifice was only at level 3. That meant that there was still plenty of room for growth. Even at such a low level, it was very impressive. I could probably do more damage. Lightning's power was proportional to magic power and stamina, and selfish sacrifice reduced his stamina consumption. He'd always felt a lack of stamina compared to magic power, so the skill naturally suited him. Selfish sacrifice. #type, skill.
Dièse rank, D.
#LV3. #suppresses the side effects of skills and items that harm the user. #points can be used to upgrade the skill's rank and level. #required points, 40,000 P. The rank had increased to D. Although it was still low, just seeing it go up 1 rank was enough to feel the improvement. 40,000. It had started with 10,000. Then it was 20,000. For level 4, he needed 40,000 points. It had doubled each time. When will I earn enough points to raise it again? The point system bothered him more than fighting or trials. At that rate, the amount of points needed might reach 1 million or 10 million. As Suhayok left the dungeon, he thought of the company that had sent him a message. It was called Balhi Entertainment, right? Several other companies contacted him too. Although he had been streaming for just a day, several MCN companies partnered with multiple streamers had contacted him. That's how valuable he was. As the second player to receive Lightning, it was a great chance for the companies to capitalize on the original Lee Suhayok, who still had many fans. It was only natural for many companies to show interest. The other companies are too small. Suhayok didn't even care about the other messages. If possible, a big company is better. Suhayok had always been at the highest tier, be it in the tower, his guild, or his status as a player. That would remain the same for the path he was walking as a streamer. Since he'd started, he wanted to reach the top. That's why he had no intention of partnering with any random company. If possible, he wanted to partner up with the best company. Thud. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, he stopped and looked toward the trees spread out ahead of him. Swish. He sighed. You're quite persistent. Rustle. The leaves shook, and the man hesitating behind a tree revealed himself. I thought you'd stopped following me. Why were you still waiting for me? Suhayok asked. It was Suhayok's third time encountering the man in that 20-year-later world. I have a tenacious side. There's no one here but us, right? Isaac glared at Suhayok with clear killing intent. It was as if he'd been waiting for that moment. This guy. Suhayok had acted largely indifferent toward the man until then. Finally, his eyes changed. He's crossed the line.